And I do believe that we are live. Is my voice going to start filtering through to me again? No, I don't think it will. That's lovely. Excellent. Good evening, everybody. Almost gate and lay. Look, I don't even know how much time I had left, honestly. Victoria Brightshield is free. She is free at last. WTW. Hello, Ape Man Wachi. I almost said Watashi for a moment. Hello also, Person. Hello, Henrik Carter. Hello, Magdalenus Rex. Hello, Muffy Graves. JFC, JCF, I thought that was my game. Hello, Snurgel69. Hello, Zoofield. Hello, Dim the Lamp. Hello, Murray. Thank you very much for that rather entertaining quote that I decided to pin. Hello, Lord Cardock. Hello to everyone else. I'm going to be slightly distracted for just a minute or two to start because I am still just slightly preparing things. I have I thought that leaving this for 2 days. I'm actually very pleased that Kirsche streamed yesterday. I had a feeling that Kirsche would stream yesterday, but whoops, no, that would actually help if I'm trying to prepare a drink that I will use later on tonight. So there may be some miscellaneous noises of plastic and yes, cutlery tapping about. Hello, Venny as well. Oh dear, no, that's not quite as much as I want. That's less than I want. There we go. Yes, it is not the. I have very much learned that for any streamers out there, that lime and honey in cold water is in distilled water is extremely nice. I now consider it my drink of choice for any long-term stream. I mean, for me, a long-term stream is 3 hours. Like, after 3 hours, I'm sorry, I do not have the gift of the yap in the same way that certain women that I see online have. I am absolutely amazed by how long some people can stream. I think that Mint Costella quite regularly goes over 9 or 10 hours in a row. Same with, what's the history professor called? What is that thumbnail? Reported for targeted harassment. Surprised, shocked you can't do 7+ hours of Factorio. The trouble is that I love Factorio, however, doing multiple Cleo, yes, Cleo, I think it's Cleo Aite? Lime, are you mad? Lemon, mint, and honey. No, I like lime, actually. I really, really do enjoy lime a lot. I like it a bit more than honey, I would say. I mean, I could go for both, honestly. Hello, Starlegs. Hello, the Mad Happer. The Mad Happer? The Mad Hatter. No, the Mad Matter! The Mad Matter. Why on earth did I get that wrong 3 times in a row? Oh dear, I'm already going insane. I'm sorry, guys. But yes, I have been exposed to a tremendous amount of Nijisister nattering, shall we say. And to be honest, the vast majority of this stream is going to cover a certain individual who's was called out very much. Yeah, Discord leave and join noise. Why did... oh yes, I haven't put myself on stream... on stream thingamajig. Please let me do that 1 second. Streamer mode. Enable streamer mode. There, we are now in streamer mode. And my honey, I think, is all dissolved. Yes, dear. Let me just sip this drink to see what it tastes like. Quite good, but needs a little bit more honey. Oops. Just a little bit more honey, and we will be ready. Yes, I love honey. Acacia honey is my favorite. I really do enjoy acacia honey, and I think that it is delicious. Professional streamer. Hello, WTW. Did I already say that? I forget, but yes. Discord is just annoying. Very occasionally, it just kind of stops. Sorry, I'm just looking at seething V-tweeters for a second. Something quite amusing that somebody did. Yes, the mad matter. I'll get it right this time. Citrus and honey are common for cough drops for a reason. They're amazing for soothing the throat. They are. It is just amazing how just adding a little bit of lemon or mint or anything like that into my water just extends the value of it so good. Adamilek. I will get that name right, I swear. Nothing better than teleworking while listening to internet scuff. Yes, I hope to be a suitable source of entertainment this evening, and I am most certainly going to enjoy this stream. There's other streams that I have in the pipeline. I think my next gaming stream will actually be, has anybody here heard of Gearbits? It's a indie mecha action game, which I watched a video on fairly recently, and I am just immediately in love with it. It's basically everything that I want out of a Gundam game. And yes, I am a massive, massive, massive Mobile Suit Gundam fan and a massive fan of Mecha in general, and Gearbits looks fantastic. I think that I will most certainly do a stream about Gearbits at some point in the near future. I've got a very nice free week. The course that I'm on is in midterms at the moment, so I can relax for quite some time. I've got a little bit of other work that I need to do. I've got some writing work to do, but nothing tremendous. Overall, I can relax. I like a Macross myself, a Wolf and Wings. Macross is very good. I do think, unfortunately, that Macross has stumbled a bit in recent years. What was the latest Macross? I think Macross Delta or something. And Macross Delta I didn't think very much of. Why did I just try and put a tin lid back on my water? Because I'm an insane person who can't do anything right. Delta was the latest, yeah. Delta, I quit Delta halfway through. I just didn't care for it, sorry. I really didn't care for it very much. And then apparently there was like compilation movies and so ever, and they cut out more of the mecha action in favor of more of the idle crap. And I'm just like, I don't care. I really don't care. Frontier was good. Frontier was excellent. I loved Macross Frontier. Frontier and Delta, honestly, I've also watched the original. I actually still need to finish the original. Speaking of Mecha, did you watch the new Ubari show? No, I have not watched Ubari. Or Obari, sorry, I'm not entirely sure how it's pronounced, because remember, I'm a colonizer. But I won't Zatsudan for too long, just another 5 minutes. I'm very nearly done. I do apologize for the bit of the scuff, but oh my god, guys, I have it's kind of terrifying just how much information that my forum can actually compile on one individual. I wish to offer a most sincere gratitude to all of the people that bothered to actually archive the stuff we are now going to go through. And speaking of, I've just realized that I have a bunch of my own archives that I haven't opened yet. Like, we're that deep. I have so many tabs for this stream. I have so many tabs. It's just completely insane. The amount of stuff that this one guy puts out honestly rivals Nolan. In fact, there's a bit of a Nolan crossover in this stream, which is going to be quite hilarious. It's a shame that maybe actually I'll DM him. Just give me 1 second, actually. I've left it far too late, so I have no problem if he has no time for it. Hey, by the way, I know it's real late, but any chance you'd like to pop in and give your thoughts at some point? I know you engage with this idiot a tremendous amount. There we go. Yeah, Brave Bang Braven, directed by Masari Obari. I am afraid I do not have it. I've actually never heard of that. Who do you think you are, Kirsha? He's trying to compete with Kirsha in tabs. I will never be able to compete with Kirsha in tabs. Like, that woman is genuinely quite terrifying in terms. I still remember that the strongest reaction I ever got out of her was when I threatened to tie her up and then ruthlessly, brutally organize her tabs for her. She was into the first part, not so much the second part. Hello, Biohazard Xer. You probably wouldn't like Brave and it's a Super Robot show. Yeah, I know I actually do enjoy Super Robot material. I like Die Guard a lot. I think Die Guard is one of my I really love my, I really love the salary men in a giant robot thing. I mean, I still have that, let me just see if I can find that. I'm pretty certain I still have that. Here it is. Wait, does this actually do anything now? I think they may have changed how... Does my tab thing for where I save these things not work any longer? That would be incredibly irritating if I couldn't do it. Oh no, I think this one works. I'll play this one. Give me just 1 second before we start, because of course I have the obligatory. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Yes, I have the obligatory meat kosher on the screen at the moment, because, you know, meat kosher is love, meat kosher is life, and I really can't believe I actually just said that. Please nobody tell Ridicule that I said that. Thank you. Die God is hilarious. I like it. I really do. Adamelek. If you want to go back in time to the 90s, you can watch Giant Robo movies. Actual Kino right there. Oh god, that's cursed. Oh yeah, I forgot. A lot of people are probably fairly new to the stream and haven't seen this before. This is the meat korsha. The meat korsha. The meat korsha is a creation of one of my more interesting forum members. That one I wouldn't. We have finally found a Korsha that chat would not. Yes, but yes, Ridicule. Ridicule is a Grand Mufti of Pakistan, shall we say, a Grand Mufti of the High Church of Pakistan, and he creates. His fan art is in a different. You know how some fan artists like to draw pictures of their Oshi? Do you know how some weird female fan artists like to draw gore of their Oshi? Ridicule. I'm fairly certain that Ridicule is a certified penis owner. However, I cannot be certain of beyond doubt. And yeah, he takes it one step further. He makes he meat posts. He creates meat, the meatkin and the meat korsha, and as a result, we get things like this, the meat korsha. That is, I forget exactly what he used. And this was made of hamburger meat and onion. And he said that it was. He did eat this, by the way. He did eat this, and he said that it was delicious. So, yes, it was. It is something that now graces my stream tremendously. So, oh, that's nice. Okay, when do you want to go on? Just 1 second, I gotta reply to something. Tangenting for maybe 10 minutes, or so. So yeah, it looks like I might have an involuntary, well, not involuntary, a bit of a collab during this stream with somebody else who knows quite a bit about the glorious specimens that we are discussing right now. So we can look forward to that. But in the meantime, yeah, since we're on that, we can watch this.
I need to go to bed now, but remember, one day I will find you. I will capture you. You will struggle. You will scream, but nothing will stop me from brutally, savagely, non-consensually organizing your tabs. It will happen.
Okay, I was into it until you brought the tabs into the discussion. You will not. I will fight you off with barbed nunchucks. You will not, my tabs. I need those. You just want to get rid of my tabs so that my memory stops working entirely and I have to be completely 100% dependent on you. You want to control me? Not to that degree. I need those tabs. The tabs allow me freedom. The tabs are my feminism, Proctor. If you fuck with my tabs, you won't wake up to birds in the morning.
I need to go to bed now.
Oh, sorry, it's repeating,
but remember,
sorry.
One day, I will find you.
I really hate it how they loop. But yes, that is... It is one of my favorite clips that I have made on Kirsha's stream. I also realize Chad, do you ever have problems with nasal hairs where they just will not go away? I've trimmed my nasal hairs so many damn times, and yet it doesn't matter. Stop getting horny. I love the Niji individuals losing it in your comments. Oh yes, that's something that we will be looking over, because yeah, when I announced this stream, there was quite a few Nijisisters who made numerous comments, and one of them in particular, I don't know why. When does YouTube chat because I went back and I looked, and they're no longer there. Those comments are no longer there. In fact, no comment aside from the one that I pinned is there from like the start of the stream, when I know that people did comment. So because they didn't save, I didn't save them personally, so I do apologize that I don't have receipts for that, but I didn't know that YouTube chat purges chat at some point. But yeah, there were several comments on the pre-stream chat, which was basically, oh, why are you talking about this? You only have 1,000 subscribers. Look at this guy. Look at this pathetic guy with only 1,000 subscribers criticizing our wonderful, amazing company. How cringe. How pathetic. How awful. And I'm like, yes. Well, I just realized my avatar is in the way from this, which is a bit awkward, so give me 1 second. There we go. In response to that, I just thought that I might just, yes, bring up this little chart here, and let's have a look at this. This is the 365-day true average per branch of EN, HoloLive, Niji EN, Stars EN, plus JP, HoloLive Deviz, etc., blah blah blah, and so on. And then of course Holo ID. And oh yeah, Nijisanji. What happened to Nijisanji's ID project? Can anybody remind me what happened to those streamers? I'm sure they're doing very well, but yes. So this goes back a very long way, actually, to the 2021. So we can see at very 2021, Holo JP. When on earth did Holo EN actually come in? Yeah, that's Holo EN. Holo EN had a massive start, of course, but we're still going very strong. Over to here, so you can see for the past since like 2022, it's dipped a little bit because, you know, VTuber popularity in general has kind of dropped off just a tiny bit because of just market saturation, but still very good. And then we have, of course, oh dear. Yeah, true average per branch, by the way. This is what it's measuring. I think it's that when it says true average CCV. So Holo EN, right now, is still averaging about 7,000 CCV. Niji EN, on the other hand, I mean, we can see that middle of 2022, Niji EN was going pretty damn good, nearly at 3k CCV, and Holo EN, oh, they were dipping just below I mean, they were always higher, but they were dipping a bit low, but now, look it up here, past the 7,000 mark again, and then down here we have Niji EN, oh dear, poor Niji EN, But hey, I mean, on the bright side, they're still beating Stars EN. Isn't that a good thing? Isn't that great? They're still beating Stars EN. Nijisister's winning. Nijisister's winning. They're still winning, guys. They're still winning. We promise. We swear. They're definitely still winning. They're definitely still winning. Just concentrate on the facts, guys. In utter shambles, yes. The mad matter, aye, sisters, look away, look away, look away. And it's just such a massively self-inflicted problem. Anyway, allow me to... Give me just a moment. One of the VC channels, whenever you want. Me just a few seconds. Hopefully this will go swimmingly. And I just realized what a massive mess of stuff my server actually is. I really need to organize my Discord server again, and I also need to get along with appointing new anesthesiologists. Yeah, I think that Nijisanji EN right now, I think that a whole bunch of the people like Illyra are still losing subscribers to this very day, and I think that it is so classically hypocritical of all of the Nijisisters to say things like, "Oh, you're not allowed to criticize Nijisanji. You have too few subscribers." And yeah, it looks like the way we're going, it will be too much longer before I'm bigger than a fair number of Nijisisters now, aren't I? Vox friends, how could we let this happen? Does Vox even stream any longer? I don't even remember the last time I saw a Vox streamed pop up. Dim the lamp, 4K USD split 3 ways, YouTube Black Company Liver Lamau. That's highly entertaining to me, honestly. Okay, let me just... I really hate how it's impossible to drag somebody and also scroll in Discord. It means I have to close all these damn tabs. Okay. And I think we're good.
Hopefully. I don't know if this actually works because I run Discord on 2 instances and one of them doesn't have the mic enabled.
Well, according to OBS, I can indeed hear you, and you are about the same volume as me, so let's just see. If I think everything seems to be good, and if people in chat can tell me if they can hear you, then I think we're good to go.
Yeah, if my volume's alright, then I guess we're good to go.
Yeah. Yep, it is actually good. Yeah, it's Curry Rinji. Yeah, I just pinged him because, to be honest, I'm just a tourist in these circles. You know, I am the Batman to his Bane in terms of exposure and understanding of the Nijisister phenomenon. Because, my goodness. It's also technically our first official collab or whatever.
Yeah, hold on. I actually need to tweet this out so people know where to go. Because I'm too lazy to do my own stream. I usually do them on Saturdays anyway.
Okay.
So hold on. Also, I think you're trying to sell me a bit too high on this one. It's not like I'm the expert of this, but yeah, I had a run-in with this person and several others.
Yeah,
and
I have a...
It has never been pleasant.
No, but it is quite entertaining. It is quite entertaining. I'm curious, when did you first have a run-in with the sub? Well, not the subject, but one of the major participants in today's streams.
Well, the first one I actually saw was a dude. I think it's a dude anyway, called Jasmine. There's like this trio of Nijisisters out there. There's Jasmine, there's Maya, and there's Bint.
Oh, yes.
Bint is the last one I actually ever encountered because Bint used to be a really small account. They only got to get any sort of prominence once they started to shit on false ID. And that's a whole nother story that I actually covered on one of my streams, and I'm pretty much should be able to reiterate it here because it's a funny thing on its own. But yeah, the first time I actually encountered a big Nijisister was sometime in, I think, January of last year, something like that. And then I followed them, and they pretty much all the same, interchangeable, unlike Bint, because Bint is just kind of unique.
Bint is special, a very special individual. I also want to say that it's quite funny that Bint has that name, because Bint is actually like a minor...
I know.
Yeah, it's really funny because in Britain, a Bint is like, you don't call somebody that. It's quite a nasty name for somebody.
Isn't like the equivalent of calling someone a cunt, I guess?
Yeah, it's roughly on that same kind of level.
But yeah, so if you'd let me tell you about Bint, a few things about Bint. Well, first time I did a stream about, well, not Bint in particular, but I did a stream about a very good investigation about where the term Nijisister actually came from.
Oh yes, I remember this.
I decided to do that because the Nijisisters themselves decided that Nijisister is a slur. The term is hiding something more malicious behind it, like pretty much Niji N-word is what they were trying to call it back then. So I did a little bit of digging, trying to look up where this term was first mentioned online. And of course it was mentioned on VT, because where else would it be mentioned? And no, it was used as an insult, like a go-to insult for very obnoxious Nijisanji fans. It was never supposed to be a slur, but considering that they decided to consider it a slur themselves, people are now going to be running with it forever. So Nijisister is officially now a slur, and they all just have to live with it. And that's going to be it.
Yeah, exactly. It's such an innocuous name as well, like Nijisister. You could legitimately use that as a proper fandom name, and yet they've decided, oh no, because people don't use it in the right way, it's now a slur. You're not allowed to call us that.
Oh, they tried to take it back, but it never worked out very well, because they also think it's sort of misogynistic, because Niji's fan base is predominantly female, so of course not only is it racist, but it's also misogynistic at the same time, so they never really adopted it. So other people are going to be using it against them forever, at least until the fan base exists. But considering how well Nijisanji Yen at least is doing, that might not last very long. But we'll see. Either way, because I'm going on a tangent here, as I was talking about the Nijisisters, I wanted to highlight Bint during the stream. And Bint at that time, and that was like in April of this year, Bint wasn't a very big account at that point. At least not yet. Right now, I believe he's sitting at like 3,000 followers on Twitter or something like that. Well, back then he had like 300, no more than that. But he was still getting a little bit of traction on Twitter. Why? Well, as I was saying, False ID decided to kind of step on his feet just a little bit and showcase him in one of his videos. And since then, Bint has never let it go. Bint has been butthurt about False ID, at least for a few months now. And back then it was even worse, because Bint decided to tweet about False ID and how bad of a person he is for featuring at that time when he was actually covered a 40 follower account on Twitter, and power dynamics on Twitter and all of that. It's very unfair to Bint, because he feels harassed by a huge account, the prominent go-to news source for VTuber news. So Bint being Bint decided to tweet about False ID at least for 5 to 6 days in a row, and I'm not exaggerating. That's how much he tweeted about False ID every single day, several times a day. And it got kind of funny and a little bit pathetic at the same time. So Bint, at the same time, as he was gaining traction, because people, the Nijisisters especially, they don't like False ID quite a bit, because he's been shitting on them for years now. And
yeah, didn't wasn't there a thing where Nijisanji tried to get him blacklisted from a convention that he was trying to attend?
I'm not sure if that was blacklisting, but he shat on them because they wanted to attend something, and then there was a rumor mill about this, but nothing was ever positively proven about it. That they tried to ban him, at least from, what was the convention? I don't even remember anymore because it was so long ago, but there was something like that. But again, never proven, at least to my knowledge. So yeah, that's Bint's history with that. And again, for all of you in the chat that don't know this, False has a big history with Nijisanji, because they did try to copyright strike him because of the silhouettes and because of the likenesses of the talents that he used in his thumbnails.
Yeah, and then didn't they also have one of their male talents release with a character design that is basically just his?
That's something I don't know. That's actually the first time I hear about this. So you may actually tell people about this, because I'm really not in the know about this one.
Yeah, it was a really weird thing. I think I actually covered it on a relatively recent live stream of mine, where Yeah, like he has, there's at least one character design, the Nijisanji, which is almost his exact color palette and actually his almost exact look in a very weird kind of way. It's like just a slightly more femboy version of him. You could unironically call it an outfit, a different outfit, and a lot of people would believe you.
I'm not even sure, but Uki always kind of struck me as a false ID, but gayer, like literally. So I don't know. Uki is another story, but again, it's your chat. People know about Uki here. I imagine I don't have to go into that one.
Yeah, I think Uki is actually quite a. That's the one that. No, that's a different one. Sorry, I was thinking of something else. You go on. My apologies.
Uki Violeta. I know, very very on point name considering the call of his color scheme is violet. But yeah, Uki Violeta is one of those streamers that actually...
I like a tag Halo just said he's false ID but afraid of whites.
Yeah, he's false ID, gay, and afraid of whites. And Kirsche kind of had a little bit of a thing with him. She got notified about a VTuber from Nijisanji that made one too many. And by one too many, I mean like 10 or so jokes about white people. At some point, people started thinking, maybe this guy is actually a bit of a racist, because you don't make this many jokes about a particular race without, there being something behind that. And considering he also told the story as he was going out into the world, and a couple of elderly white people wished him a good day. And he got so upset about that he thought that they were, secretly racist, that they had bad intentions.
Yeah, white old people, his greatest nightmare.
But yeah, with, VTubers like this, it's no wonder the fan base turned out the way it is. Because, again, part of Nijisanji's failure, part of their downfall is the fan base itself that they tried to hurt it to. It's always been like that. And I even talked about this, like that all the problems that nowadays VTubers suffer are usually sourced from the fan base itself. It's not antis, as they keep saying. It's not the people that hate Nijisanji. It's the fan base itself hating on the VTubers, and there's been so many cases of that. Even when did he graduate? Like a month ago at this point, Hex Haywire. Most of Hex's problems with anybody wasn't people that were outside of the Nijisanji fan base. It was Hex's own fans that decided to shit on him almost every single occasion, to the point where they actually made an article, made a Google Doc that I made a video about. Like, it's pretty much a shit list about all the bad things that Hex Haywire has ever done in his streaming career. And,
I'm sure they were all terrible and awful things that are well worth being cast into the dungeons over.
All of these points were quote-unquote very valid, as kids say nowadays. Like,
it was heckin' valid.
Yeah, it was very valid. Let me name a few. One of them being he used to do a lot of roleplay stuff with his fan base.
Oh dear.
Usually with him as the boyfriend.
Oh dear.
And at one point he had the very smart idea about pretending to be an abusive boyfriend. And during that particular stream, he made a comment about lesbians that they didn't like. It wasn't even anything bad. It was kind of innocuous.
Did he say that he can fix them?
Not even that. But I don't remember what exactly he said. But it was something in the line of that he's gonna kiss him. He's gonna kiss that friend of yours that happens to be a lesbian or something like that. And the Nijisisters completely lost their fucking mind. How dare he do that during a made-up role-play session that's not real?
Yeah, he's only supposed to kiss his male gen mates, okay? That's okay, but not kissing, other gay women.
I mean, he's probably gonna be kissing the other side of the fucking hospital bed at this point, because people that sound like that must be smoking fucking 2 packs a day. I do not fucking believe this voice is natural. It must stem from fucking something. Otherwise, I don't know what these people are doing with their voice boxes. And I say that sounding the way I do. Either way, they got very mad about that, and Hex had to actually go on stream and apologize for, make believe stories with fake lesbians and fake boyfriends. And
yeah, as the Kiwi Noir said, Fujo shits man, you can never win with them. Also, somebody also said, I think it was Murray, who just said that it was Watari Hibari is the Niji JP who looks like false. And I just looked them up while you were talking, and yeah, that's just a little bit weird how much that looks like false, honestly. That design, if I didn't know... I can't even say, given the state of Nijisanji and the way they treat artists and everything, I cannot even tell you for certain that this isn't a false ID fan artist just making this as a shitpost and saying, like, here Nijisanji, this is your design, take it. And Nijisanji's been like, okay, good, fine, no problem here.
To be honest with you, it kind of looks AI generated, but then again, a lot of VTubers look AI generated to me nowadays, especially the ones from smaller corpos or from corpos.
False's brother from another mother.
Yeah, it kind of looks like that. But then again, the like violet and purplish with, I don't know what kind of color that even is, some kind of hue of pink, I guess. That's kind of popular with VTubers nowadays. So who the fuck knows?
Yeah, that was my favorite color.
Either way, I hope he does well for himself, because he's at least not in Nijisanji EN. Because Nijisanji JP and EN, those are like completely different worlds. Like, these two worlds do not touch each other. And speaking of which, let me tell you another thing from the document about Hex Haywire they composed at that time. They actually blamed Hex for, because I don't know if you know this, because Hex Haywire is actually a therapist. Not the person himself, but the character is supposed to be a therapist.
Oh, God.
And I know what kind of good idea that is with a fan base like that. So the point against Hex on this one is that he shouldn't be the one actually giving people any kind of advice, and he used to do that. He used to give people mental health advice as a Zoomer, I guess. I don't know. But apparently the guy...
In fairness, given the state of psychology at the moment, it would not surprise me if the average VTuber would be able to give better life advice than the average psychologist.
Likely, especially if you rely on the online type of therapist, because I know a lot of people do. This stream is sponsored by BetterHelp. Yeah, that's another story for another stream for you. Yeah. Because I don't know if you know this. Again, this is a tangent. I'm sorry, we were supposed to talk about Nijisisters.
That's okay. Go ahead. I don't mind.
The Pippa thing with who was it? Jack's Films. That guy that used to do used to shill BetterHelp. Yeah. Pippa kind of got on his case for that one, and that was a whole other thing that Nijisisters kind of attached themselves to in order to shit on Pippa about that. And
Bint, I saw that Bint made a comment about that too. I don't think that Bint said an enormous amount about it, but he did say, that Pippa did a stream about that, and then her next stream was something completely different. And then Bint said something along the lines of, "Oh look, Pippa's running away and hiding because Jack's Films has completely owned her, because look at her, she's doing a completely different stream now. That shows she's been defeated and she can't stand up to this guy." And everybody else was like, no, she just doesn't care and is just moving on.
Yeah, apart from lying, Bint likes to mischaracterize people or just try to character assassinate them all the time. You've been subject to that as well, personally. you're the evil owner of the Kiwi Farms adjacent VTuber forum.
Oh yeah, we're a
whatever.
doc site, don't you know, according to Bint. You know, we keep loads of doxes. Like, I personally know the addresses of every single Nijisanji EN character in the entire world. Like,
The argument for that one that Bint likes to use is the thread where I think forum users are discussing personal information that they found about Face Connect talents, and it's just discussing it, like not really doing much else on that front.
And I specifically banned people from actually, you know, sharing any of the personal information of that. It's just a fact that it happened. Like, there was a great big dump of alleged Face Connect doxes that really made the rounds, which were being talked about literally everywhere on VT, sorry, and everywhere else. And guess what? All those places allowed the stuff to be hosted, or told you exactly where to go for it. Whereas I was like, no, these people are important. These people should have their safety and privacy respected.
I do know for a fact that some Nijisisters actually shared that list.
What a shock! How amazing!
Shocker, the fan base that's responsible for doxing and sending death threats to Sayu is responsible for spreading dox information about other VTubers. I know.
Yeah, and also, like
how could this happen?
Yeah, I hit you up on this, and sadly you couldn't really... Nobody really knows why this happened, but, like, Nifco was notorious for being not just a place that, they were the ones that I think doxed Vox Akuma, who, and I think it was Vox that had to move house because he considered himself to be actually in personal danger because of his fan base. As Attack Hilo said, let's forget about Nifco, Hive of Nijisisters. Yeah, is that the Nijisanji for years directly catered to, without any, you know, attempted pretense whatsoever, the kind of Nifco groups that were obsessed with the PL information of the talents that they had websites like Nifco where they would collect and collate evidence about the Niji EN talents and would talk about them all the time. And it's just like, you can't pretend now suddenly that we're the evil doxers who are going after you when you yourselves, for one thing, most of the information about Niji EN PLs on my forum was originally sourced from Nifco and was found by Nijisisters. You can't argue that we're the doxers. You're the ones that found the dox information in the first place.
Yeah, Nifco is the dox site, and not only was it a dox site, it was also the place where all of these people congregated to actually organize harassment of specific VTubers. There have been so many posts that I showcased from Nifco where they actually organized harassing and talking shit about VTubers. It's not just, oh, let's talk shit on this particular forum. No, these people actually organized in order to shit on people like Sayu, in order to shit on people like Vox. When Vox had a small falling out with his fan base, they got upset because Raimo interrupted another role play. I know, so many role plays from these Nijisanji and males with their fan bases. But yeah, at that point, Raimo kind of interrupted their stream where they had a small roleplay sesh with the fan base, and Vox came out to defend Raimo on that one, and they didn't like that at all. They rebelled against Milord, and they decided to go on his case as well because they do not tolerate betrayal of this kind. How dare he interrupt their good boyfriend/girlfriend time during the stream? Absolutely mental fan base. And I don't know, where do you have to go to actually start behaving like that? This has to be some kind of Tumblr disease or something similar.
It very much is. It's as people in the chat have been saying, it's a case of rules for thee, but not for me. Like anything.
Yeah, someone's mentioning Nina's page on Nifco as well. Nina on her own, I did a stream about this too, had a shit list similar to Hex Highwire where all kinds of innocent things were construed as bad things against Nina. And then you wonder why Nina decided to graduate and is doing so much better as a VShoujo talent.
Yeah, it's like the
You
thumbnail of my stream. It has a bunch of the subscriber counts of various ex-Niji characters. I also forgot about Mecha. Unfortunately, I apologize for that. But yeah, they're all doing great. They're all doing fantastic. I think the only one that's not really doing all that great is Quinn Kurio, and yeah, he's a very embarrassing guy.
It kind of turns out that no one wants to watch a white pasty dude in his late teens talk about anything. Shocking.
Yeah, how surprising. It's just...
I mean, I guess he had some sort of appeal. I mean, I don't get it. I do not get the appeal of most Nijisanji and males, but
the appeal was that it was
people.
extremely funny to watch other people just clown on him in their collabs all the time. He was just the perfect punching bag for everybody.
Yeah, and that Wigger voice doesn't really help.
Oh my goodness, that voice. I think people were so astonished to find out that he was a white man. Like, what? How?
And now that he's just streaming as himself in the flesh, it's even worse.
I know. It's
the disparity between the voice and the appearance is just too much.
Yeah, call it 474. Kyo lives matter. Quinn Bennett. Sorry about that.
But yeah, maybe he'll dredge out some sort of career out of this one. I don't know what his aspirations are as far as online activity goes, but again, good luck to him. I hope he doesn't shit on Sayu too much. I do know, this is breaking news. Apparently Sayu and Quinn are no longer on bad terms, which is weird because it always ends up with Sayu actually going there and trying to be very... I don't know, accommodating, even apologetic to some degree. Because I do know for a fact that Sayu does not like being disliked by anybody. She has this weird complex about people.
I know.
Even those that shit on her mercilessly. This is I don't know. At least for me, it's sort of a black mark on her character because these people would abuse her at any point if they had the chance to do it.
They would, absolutely.
And it's not like they haven't. I mean, there's the Kenji situation, there was the Queen situation. Any other VTuber that is kind of, I wouldn't say Kenji is Niji adjacent, but at least Nijisister adjacent would be shitting on Sayu in some form or another. So, yeah. Sayu needs to be able to pick her friends a lot better than she is currently doing.
Yeah, I think that Sayu, as Kitsuno Anna said, Sayu is good but naive, and I think that she is the kind of person who desperately wants to think well of other people, and also she has this issue where I think she wants to be accepted a great deal. She's somebody, I mean, she's Chinese, isn't she? That she has that heritage, and
she's actually Japanese as far as I know, and she's actually adopted from she was given up for adoption in Japan. She was adopted by some elderly couple. Her foster parents are pretty much senior citizens. I don't know if they're still alive or not, but that's pretty much Sayu's story. So yeah, she's actually Japanese.
Okay, I will keep that in mind. I do apologize for thinking she was Chinese until now.
Your chat is kind of shitting you.
Look, I'm British, okay? I'm a colonist. To me, there's only two races, the British and those people they colonize. Or the French.
I mean, you could make the same argument that as an accomplished colonist, you should know who you colonized.
We don't know them. We just know the trade goods they give us. Like, it's the tea, or is it? Are you the people that provide us with the tea, or are you the people that provide us with the amber, or are you the people that provide us with the silk? If not, we don't care.
Or maybe it's the cuisine. Maybe it's a little bit of the curry that you guys enjoy on the island so much. But yeah, that aside, Niji sisters. terrible bunch.
They are, yes. We have many
Terrible.
tabs that I thought was funny because yeah, I have an enormous amount of stuff on Bint because good grief, the guy. I think that some of the funniest parts is I think you're also well aware of this individual too. So let me just get that up on stream. Yeah, here it is. It's one of my favorite ones. And let me just make sure that everything is. I don't want my chat for cutting off anything. No, I think we're good. Is that this is TKN Murder on my forum who posted this instance from, this was relatively recent actually. I'm actually surprised how recent this is, like October 17th, 2024, where Bint is saying, the VTuber community's general failure to respond in an even remotely appropriate way to horrible tragedies and the loss of countless lives should make anyone with any sort of feeling for human life and any sense of reality sick to their stomach. I can't mince words on that. And then we have our wonderful, delightful Futakuchi Mana, who says, this is why I distance myself from this community and just mind my own business. Yes, she definitely minds her own business a tremendous amount. She's one of the quietest mice on this entire platform when it comes to, minding her own business. Attend pro-Palestine protests IRL and raise funds for the movement online through my anime skinsuit V-singer persona. To which I would just respond, excuse me, Futakuchi, would you like to go to Palestine and just try and be a singer? How does ISIS treat singers again? How do the Muslims regard images, of Allah's creation?
I mean, you can just look out for the fact how the people at the concert were treated when this whole new conflict escalated with Israel at that point.
Yeah, they were really respectful of artists there, weren't they?
Yeah, and those people that came there, they didn't want to do anything other than sing for peace, and then they got kidnapped, shot, and whatever. So yeah, Mana is a special type of person. She's both one of my favorites that I covered on stream, but also a person that I despise with all of my soul and being.
I don't think she's quite worthy of being despised. That word, despising somebody implies that, they have a certain level of influence. I think that contempt is a better word, because contempt kind of goes, you're beneath, you're literally beneath, because despise is active, whereas contempt is much more passive.
I mean, in a sense, but whenever she opens her mouth, it's always just something ridiculous and something that just betrays the lack of self-awareness. Just like this post, her saying that she minds her own business, where she never does this. All of her posts on Twitter is, well, nowadays, it's shilling her songs, which is like 10% maybe of her content. And 90% of that is just retweets of Palestinian war crimes. Sorry, Israeli war crimes, not Palestinian war crimes.
Yeah.
It's not very PC of me.
Yeah, and she also...
Either way...
go on.
Either way, that's what she does. And all of her content is essentially that 24/7, because she can never stay away.
Nope, yep, terminally online to an insane degree. And... yeah, this also crosses over into another tab, but this is Bint talking about Pippa and George Floyd, but I'll focus on this bit because this is the part where Futakuchi comes in, and he says, who is it? Yeah, I Wanna Die says, the good humor always punches up crowd has arrived. Ironic that it's coming from a politisberg without a funny bone in their body. I've seen a lot of back and forth between Bint and Mana lately. Retards of a feather flock together, I guess. And here we have the tweet itself with Bint, which I'll read later. And then Futakuchi Mana says, that was really not funny, even on dark humor standards. I think you just enjoy racism, ma'am. The greatest hits are always punching up or self-deprecating, not whatever the F she's trying to do here. She did make that take your breath away reference, and she laughed like it's the funniest thing on earth, dog. It's because Futakuchi is very good at self-deprecating humor. She's the most humble person who's just absolutely ready at every point in her life to just take the piss out of herself and not take herself seriously at all.
I mean, at one point during her Twitter career, because that's what it is at this point, She said that she had health issues because she got so angry online, and I'm not even exaggerating. She actually had medical issues because she got so butthurt about what's going on in whatever pet.
Her metaphorical
activity
butt
that
hurt
she
turned
found.
into physical butt hurt.
Yeah. She's better now, at least physically, because mentally, well, you see.
Yeah,
For
she's
yourself.
she's got a terminal case of communism. I really could
But again,
do.
I wouldn't call her a Nijisister. She's her own being. Like,
Yeah, it's like you were saying earlier, actually, because we can move away from Bint just a tiny bit, because there was also the whole McDonald's event with the Nijisanji.
which one? Which one?
There's so much.
There were more.
There's so much. Like
More than one.
we got this one here, right here. This was Rosemi, who I think is just a perfect cinnamon bun, who does not deserve any of this nonsense. But yeah, this guy, and it's funny because it crosses over with the Free Palestine nut jobs as well. And here she is using this meme, which was a very popular meme in the VTuber community for a bit. And then here's Ali, who says, "Hey, Rosemi, there's been an active boycott against McDonald's for a few months as a result of them being one of the biggest financial supporters of the genocide in Palestine. They're one of the biggest targets for the boycott." And that was interesting enough. However, this guy, Adam, who is, of course, a very sane individual with, like, Free Palestine and the watermelon. And the watermelon thing is hilarious because wasn't the watermelon, like, a BLM thing? Where the idiots.
That's kind of racist if it was.
Yeah, no. I think the story here was that the BLM people started to think that Twitter under the horrible fascist Elon Musk was censoring them. And so instead of having BLM hashtags in their Twitter profiles, which they were convinced because BLM was stopped getting traction, people stopped caring about it. And of course, this could only happen because of massive government censorship and evil corporations. And so they decided to get around the BLM hashtag censorship that was clearly taking place. And in its place, they decided on a great idea. That's a great idea. They replaced the BLM hashtag with something else that everybody would instantly know is associated with black people, and that's a slice of watermelon.
It's a good thing Twitter doesn't have grape soda emojis, because they would put that there as well. Maybe a little bit of fried chicken there as well, because these people actually operate at that. I'm just joking here, but these people do operate on stereotypes, like 100%. It's that retarded.
It is. It's completely insane. But this guy Adam had a major meltdown, which I found extremely funny. And he also tagged Bint in this as well. So he says, "Now you know what? I'm not gonna let it pass this time. Sorry, not sorry. This is going down during Shu's 3D celebration and Millie's awful situation. But I won't let this be swept under the rug." This is one. Hey, Rosemi.
Very dramatic.
Yep. Imagine being a very long-time, respectful fan of yours, and when we see you unknowingly did something that is problematic, we tried, in the most politeful, respectful, tiptoey way, to educate you, because we respect and love you, only to be met with the vilest, most racist attempts at silencing us and accusing us of being harassers/antis. All for the crime of asking you to be careful not to post stuff that promotes genocide supporters. As a Middle Eastern Muslim, I am unfazed by this weak shit they're spewing, because that's been my whole life, but no one else should be made to endure that. I believe you're a kind, loving person who wouldn't allow such racists to represent your fans, just like with Scarl before. We're being super respectful and considerate, but being met with heinous responses. I expect better.
When people write like that, I cannot take them seriously, but again, this is the internet, so it's either a person trolling or a person being retarded. So you pick your poison on this one. It just seems overly dramatic to be real, but then again, who knows?
It is insane. Like, he also continues here, and I think this is the funniest part. More racist hate. I appreciate your position as a corporate VTuber. I don't expect you to speak up about the literal genocide, only that you not post stuff that elicit these kinds of responses from alleged fans of yours. And I think that this is alleged fans. And unfortunately, these posts are deleted, so there's no archive of them, but he replies, loosely involved, aka publicly supporting the army committing the genocide. Imagine having to beg for less than bare minimum, not for them to take a moral stance about a goddamn genocide, or asking them to take down a corporate/PR post, simply asking not to meme using a brand that's provably contributed to the death of countless innocents. 100% including Niji fans among those killed.
What the fuck? Again, how would they know this?
No, I find that, you see, what it makes
I'm just imagining a guy going to, Gaza, to the war zone, and just checking the corpses for Niji fucking, I don't know, badges or stickers. Yep, 100% Niji fan here. Casualty.
Oh, hey, this Arab terrorist was, he had an Alouette dojin in his backpack.
Jesus Christ.
But the thing is, what I found most hilarious about this is that there's something else that I'm aware of. When he said in this parenthesis here, 100% including Niji fans among those killed, it immediately brought to mind something that had been buried in my subconscious for a long time, and I immediately went to look it up. And unfortunately, Google was kind enough to show me exactly what it was that it reminded me of immediately, because the mental aspect here is almost completely reminiscent of this. History student is amazed by a Holocaust photo with rainbow dash photoshopped into it. This person here says, this is an amazing work. As a student of history, I can say that I've seen hundreds of pictures like this and have shown little to no emotion.
This is DeviantArt. Of course it is.
Yeah, the pictures were just windows to a past I've never lived in, people who I never knew or would never know. But this picture made me stop and evaluate. Putting Rainbow Dash in made me actually look at what is really happening. Putting something that everyone is familiar with in a situation that no one knows to make people feel these emotions, well, that takes amazing talent. Thank you. And this just immediately is what I thought of when I saw this. Because it's like, oh, it's, the Palestinians, you don't care for them until it makes me think, wow, some of them would have been Nijisanji fans. The horror of being a Palestinian and just being in Gaza and getting your satellite internet connection to listen to Vox Akuma girlfriend ASMR streams while the bombs rain down around you.
Completely tragic.
It's the only way that I can care for them, okay? Satire, is this why Victoria's Gen didn't have a debut song? It was possibly written by a Palestinian Niji fan that died in the conflict.
Oh yeah, and this reminds me that Mana actually pulled her songs from Israel, so you cannot legally purchase her songs.
Oh no!
Over there anymore.
Oh no! The literal millions of Israeli fans that listen to a genocidal communist songs. Oh my! She must have lost. That was such a heroic gesture of her. She lost so much income from that gesture.
I just keep looking at this picture and I'm just imagining Rainbow Dash actually flying away because she can, just leaving all of these people.
She has wings.
Yeah, like, what the fuck is she doing there? Like, she can run the fuck away at any point, but I guess she's just kind of, she wants to feel what they're feeling at this very moment.
Yeah,
let's not look at this anymore because I'm getting weird thoughts about this fucking picture.
That's fine, I understand. But Asahara said, yes, someone on chat mentioned earlier, but Mana, who cares so much about genocide and human life, was extremely pro-Russia during the Ukrainian conflict. Yeah, I remember that too, is that she was incredibly positive towards Russia and everything, until, like, the Russians started pointing out that, yeah, we don't like your progressive types in our country either.
I think someone just said something about gay people on VK, the Russian equivalent of Facebook, and she kind of went wide-eyed on that one. She had a little moment of realization at that point, and never used VK ever again since that point.
Yeah,
she wanted to find equally minded friends, but it didn't work out very well because Russians, for one thing, aren't very progressive.
No, they're not. There's some kind of meme. Maybe I can look it up. Because this was... yes, this was... Oh, is that small? Where can I find it? I think it might be too small to really... Oh, God damn it, why did it have to be on Facebook? Please tell me there's a version of this that's not on Facebook. I think this is it. Of course it's on bloody Reddit again, but oh well. Is it up? Yes, this is, this is why we, I have no idea what that means, hate commies. Happy Gay Pride Month, the Karl Marx, they are worse than pedophiles, Stalin. It's a pathological bourgeoisie vice. Mao Zedong, it is a capitalist perversion. Castro, a homosexual cannot be a revolutionary. Che Guevara, hard work will make them real men. Allende, there is a cure against homosexuality. Yes, the communists really do love the gays, don't they? You know, the LGBTQ rainbow really finds its home in all of those wonderful communist havens, doesn't it?
It's okay because communism has changed.
Real communism has never been tried.
Real communism is gay. That's what they're saying. Real communism is gay.
Chile mentioned, oh yes, I do love my LATAM audience, all the Latin American, also the C people in my audience. That's quite hilarious, because that's another thing that Bint tried to do as well, is that he's on multiple occasions. Let me just close that tab group. Yeah, close group, because otherwise I am going to be drowned in the massive amount of tabs that I've got open right now. There we go. Yeah, Bint has tilted at TVA on multiple occasions, at many occasions. Unfortunately, I can't fully open these to see exactly what he's complaining about and reacting to because yeah, he has me blocked. Gigadramon 6, socialists are more than happy to accept any useful idiots who pledge their service to the revolution. Yes, there are many useful idiots and, well, I won't go into it too far, but... Shipmate F, it's not about being gay, it's about heathenism. The Greeks never had an issue with it. And Colin 474, we even used the politically correct terminology by calling them Latinxes. Then the Kiwi Noir, on behalf of all C-tards, we do not claim Bint as ours. We have, yeah, here we have the armchair. This was him talking about my collab with the armchair expert, which I really enjoyed. I genuinely really enjoy talking to the armchair expert. He's a really cool guy. We vibe on the same wavelength.
He's incredibly eloquent, and I do love his videos. It's a refreshing take on VTubing and anything else that he decides to talk about.
Yeah,
so.
Absolutely.
But it doesn't bother because he's on the shit list now, and he's just as bad as you, and just as bad as anyone else that Bint thinks is the second coming of Hitler.
Oh, yes.
So it doesn't matter.
Can't you see it in the archived page? Yeah, I can. I can actually see it, although it's pretty obvious what he's reacting to anybody on the forum. Yeah, this was after I announced my collab, I think. Armchair Expert is collaborating with Proctor Zakharov, a prominent harasser of fruit. Yes, because I've sent fruit so many hate DMs. I have, I think that all the TVA bros know about the secret deadly hate raids that we have launched on Fruit's community. With my current 120 CCV, we are the scourge of Fruit's entire community. Like, every single one of us has at least a PhD in professional harassment of women, and we use it to great effect in all of our activities. So I'm sure Fruit is literally shaking at the prospect of yet another TVA hate raid pouring down upon her head.
Nobody ever talks about Fruit until she makes herself relevant in some kind of virtue signaling way, usually. Other than that, it's just quiet for months until she decides to speak up about bullshit. That's not true.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just like the simplest explanation for why she released that ridiculous document that is shitting on all of her ex is because she lost 1,000 CCV in the last year.
That didn't work out as far as I know.
Yeah, that didn't work out very well at all. Beer, bear, beard. I spent 5 years earning my PhD in woman hating. I just talked to them.
You had to pay to hate women? I thought people did that for free, but again, you do you.
Imagine going into college debt to learn how to hate women as opposed to just, like, talk to them occasionally. You'll get more than enough ammunition. But yeah, this is him quoting a whole bunch of stuff from the forum. Now, this is something that I find very hilarious about Bint as well, is that Bint is like a professional blocker. Like, I'm pretty sure that the number of people that Bint blocks is so huge, he probably has his own entire dedicated server somewhere in Facebook that is just for processing his block requests.
Yeah, it's a block bot. Blocks everyone that follows me. Blocks everyone that follows you. Who else? Trigger Point. Who else is on that list? Hold on. The infamous lawyer that
Yes.
calls Sex Pest. Oh, sorry, Sex Pat. That's what Bint corrected itself to, I guess. But yeah, Bint is gonna block like the whole world. I bet there's like thousands and upon thousands of people on that block list.
Yeah, so he's perfectly willing to block everybody who disagrees with him. However, he constantly goes to places like TVA and reads the threads there in order to find more reasons to be angry.
I mean, one of his most recent posts that was about you making this stream about him.
Yep.
It's the fact that someone, well, at least according to him, that someone sent me this.
Oh,
someone sent me a screenshot.
Sent him. Oh my, I wonder who that could be.
Yeah. Someone called Bint, I guess. Bint 2. I guess Bint 2 sent Bint 1.
Yeah, don't
screenshot.
check his IP records or anything. There's no similarities there. There is. He's just a neighbor, like a concerned neighbor who only cares about Bint's well-being. Told him, look out, that dangerous doxer and that malicious troll Proctor Zakharov. He's going to make a stream about you soon, and his entire audience is going to go after you. And I'm like, why? We get as much money, as much fun as we can just watching you passively, mate.
I mean, he also called to report you for that, and then he deleted those two tweets calling you out at the same time because It's targeted harassment, at least according to Twitter.
Yep, exactly. That's the thing, is that these people can dish it out, but they can never ever take it. There's no they can say whatever they want about you, and it's perfectly justified. You can say nothing about them without it immediately being, oh, it's targeted harassment. He's doing horrible things to us. He hates us and wants to kill us all.
I mean, they're gonna believe what they're gonna believe, and that's gonna be the end of the story. Nijisisters do not think critically about the people that they want to hate on. That's not the point. Because otherwise, you cannot find enemies if you're gonna treat them like human beings.
No, you can't. And that's the whole problem, is that it feels like a massive amount of the bizarre thing about the Nijisister phenomena is that they seem to cling to the idea of concepts rather than personalities. None of them seem to view the people behind the avatars as real people. None of them seem to understand the human dynamics of any of this. They're great. They're idolaters in a way. Like, they worship the idol of Nijisanji, and they interpret everything that Nijisanji does through a certain lens, and they never pause to think about the people that are behind the actions that they see. It's like, if the company does something, the company is always right. Or if the livers do something, then, you know, we can criticize them, but it's not about the people, it's about what they get out of it. It's a parasitic relationship. I don't think they're even really fans. It's like Vox is loved and adored and everything so long as he does exactly and precisely what they say. And again, they're allowed to harass him, they're allowed to stalk him, they're allowed to send him bags of their period blood or whatever other disgusting thing that the horrible Chinese Fujoshis shamelessly do.
I mean, another example of that would be cutting yourself for your favorite VTuber, like people did for Hex Haywire.
They did? I didn't know about this.
I even have screenshots of this somewhere on my hard drive.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I don't think I can show those on YouTube, but...
No, you cannot, but I can describe what it was. It was a very chubby hand. Yes, of course it was. It's a very chubby hand that had the X cut into it. And no, it wasn't Photoshop. It was dripping blood and it looked very real. It was a deep cut too.
Hashtag like cut flex. Please do not.
And again, there wasn't one person. 2 people cut themselves for Hex and posted it online when he was still a VTuber. That's a fan base that you just love to have as any kind of entertainer. People that are just gonna cut themselves for you, even though you said you shouldn't do that. But yeah, as you were saying, you know, the cult, because this is a cult of Nijisanji. This isn't a fan base. This is a cult. They behave like one. They treat people that leave the cult as if they're the bad people. I mean, the best example of that is how people have been turning on Doki over the months.
Oh, yeah.
Because Doki decided to stand up for herself. Suddenly, she's become the bad guy for a lot of them.
Yeah.
Not all of them, mind you, to be fair, but a lot of them treat her like the enemy nowadays.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And again, Bint had... some things to say about that. Quite a lot of things to say, actually. Although this first starts off with, are you familiar with this person, Pixel, or are they just a random person, really?
Pixel? Nah, this is some random person.
Okay. But they say, several things bother me about this, but the fact that Doki felt the need to inform people rubs me the wrong way. Acting like a bigger person is in an unnecessary way feels like a PR move, pandering towards the internet rather than a genuine interest in their ex-co-workers. This is, of course, a reply to Bint. Niji VTubers who've done literally nothing wrong are being treated as second-class citizens who could be kicked out of events in a heartbeat if someone rejects. If someone objects is legitimately vile. Especially considering the number of VTubers who treat people like complete shit and lose nothing. And Pixel continues, and sorry, but I don't and never have shared the victim of life side of her. Yeah, she broke the rules. She broke the rules. That's another thing they fetishize about, is that if the company gives out rules, those rules are automatically correct and automatically infallible. Under all circumstances, you're never allowed to question the rules. And even had a document... Sorry, I'll just finish this first. Had a document with several details of livers recollected without their consent. But hey, she tried to kill herself. I don't know why people act like attempting makes someone free of criticism. The only aspect of it that matters is if someone overcame the feelings that led to that. After that, they are normal people like you and I.
I mean, was it Nijisanji's company rules to go to Selen's hospital and badger her about shit when she just had an attempt? Was that in the rules? Is that in the company, I don't know, sanctioned behavior?
Yeah, and also there was didn't she say that it was 2 attempts, as I recall? There was an attempt before this.
Yes, 2. The second one she revealed much later because, you know, things were getting really to her at that point. Her mental state was pretty much in the dumps at that point. So yeah, and I don't want to sound crude here, but they should be lucky she was so bad at.
No, I get exactly what you mean. Don't worry. The Kiwi Noir says Nijisisters still don't get it until now. After Vivi spoke her heart out of her mistreatment, it's apparently the auntie's fault, still not the company. Absolutely retarded. And I feel like chipping in here because I'm not going. You will have to deal with a vague post, but I am aware of a few more things about that, and yeah, Vivi's problems with the company are most definitely to do with the company and not to do with anything else. They're nothing to do with aunties or any nonsense like that. No, it's just the tiny fact that Nijisanji does not value her in any capacity and does not care in the slightest about her or her generation or anything like that. And the very, very blatant favoritism that goes on inside the company. Because this is something that people just cheerfully ignore, especially the Nijisisters, just how completely shameless it is that Nijisanji favors some livers over others, especially their darlings that are the Chinese Fujoshi marketers, like the males, who get, things like fully paid, all expenses paid, trips to Japan to have dinner with Riku Tatsumi and all that kind of nonsense. Because that was something that Luca talked about to his Squeeze. Goodness me, I even forget her name right now. But that was in her document. And it's just, people will not accept that. It's like, oh, it just really depresses me that they just have such poor pattern recognition.
I mean, at this point, you just have to look at their current generation. I don't even remember what it's called, because
I didn't even know they had a recent generation. To me,
like the one with Twisty, the one that made herself a target for people because she's actually an actual Nijisanji and LOLcow, wouldn't you believe? And she's very open about it on her account. So I do not know how they let her survive. I guess she's just not popular enough to get on their radar. I imagine that's the reason for that one. And she just does whatever she wants. Like, she shit posts, she says whatever she wants. She does ASMR streams, ASMR videos where she posts like a lolly in a swimsuit, and I don't know how Nijisanji and fans do not attack her for just existing. So you can see how little the fans themselves care and how little the company cares to actually promote their newest generation, which I again forgot existed because Nijisanji, and that's just how it is.
Oh, yeah, also, Last of the Mohicans on my Discord just sent me something, and this is kind of amusing because I didn't realize that Uki Violetta did actually make an apology of sorts.
Oh, he did. For attempting to eat McDonald's. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me just... Yeah, here it is. It's on the screen. Yes, I'll just zoom out a tiny bit so you can see it over the chat. There we go. Hi, everyone. Yeah, just wanted to quickly address this because it's important I do it as soon as possible. I apologize for the mistake I've made in tonight's Animal Crossing stream, where I talked about trying out one of McDonald's new promotions while overseas. To be honest, I was drawn into the market they did for Tsukimi, and carelessly wanted to try the limited edition items. Please know that this was a one-time thing and that I'm not a regular customer of this business prior to the purchase. Thank you for those of you who quickly called me out and reminded me of the importance that even one small order still creates an impact. I'd like to take this opportunity to plainly state that I do not support G3 no site, and promise to do better and educate myself on this topic, including what businesses are involved. Thank you again for your patience with me and understanding. I know I've disappointed a lot of you with this comment, and I want to make it right. I'm disappointed in myself as well. I'll be making a personal donation to the AFSC to support Gaza's emergency response. Just don't ask me for a receipt, please. Please feel free to share your resource about the situation in the case that others do not fully understand what is happening there. I love you all, and thank you for keeping me accountable.
It's beyond pathetic. And again, this kind of behavior incentivizes the Nijisanji fan base to control their VTubers' behavior on any step of the way. They're gonna use anything they can get their paws on in order to shit on their quote-unquote favorite VTubers. This is just so fucking insane. The fact that he needed to do this, and it seems that, to me at least, it seems like it's a personal decision, because he said a little bit too much in this one post.
Yeah.
About this.
Yeah, I mean, this is, as people say in the chat, this is a massively corporate apology. That's worse than corporate apology that is Fujo bait stuff for their female parasocial fans. Yeah, it's just... I mean, this guy is Korean, isn't he? Like, he doesn't even live in a Western country, I don't think. And...
I mean, let's take a look how much money South Korea sent to Israel. in the recent years, South Korea, Israel donations. Let's see. You can continue while I look this up.
Uki is Korean, but he is in NY. Oh no. He lives in LA, and people are saying LA or NY, so which is a little bit far apart, so anime fan FTW says, glad the toxicity of the Niji community is being discussed. I unironically think Nijisisters are doing serious harm to the entire VTuber community as a whole. Icarus Windrune 223, pretty sure he is NY for uni. Ah, I see. He is Attack Halo. He is not a born and raised Korean. Okay. Yeah, it's another case of a very weird upbringing overall. I've noticed that a lot with VTubers. They tend to have backgrounds that are just absolutely all over the place. The Kiwi Noir says NY definitely destroyed the based Korean genetics in him. Yes, he will not become a based roof Korean anytime soon. Magdalena Rex, I would apologize and say I realized how evil Israel was after reading a book about struggling. Oh my goodness. Oh dearie me.
Oh no, Nijisister. South Korea condemned Hamas during the conflict. How dare they? Oh yeah, whatever.
But
he's not South Korean anyway. I mean, not fully.
This is what I just don't get, is that how much do you want to bet that this was that management told him to apologize for this?
I don't know. Maybe it's half and half, but again, this post is way too specific to be just one thing. Because Nijisanji cares so little to direct their talents on anything. I imagine a lot of that is just on his own behalf.
It's quite possible.
Just looked it up.
But I think that there is definitely a case where the management... basically, if it affects the bottom line, I think the management will step in. I mean, Niji management has demonstrated they don't care how much talents spend personally on anything because they don't spend anything on the talents. But if a talent's bottom line that might affect the company is being affected by their actions, I would not be surprised if Nijisanji is like, oi, you're not making your cut, we need to slap you around a bit and get you back on the straight and narrow, mate.
Does Uki even have any significant viewership that they bother to
I think he is
damage control for him?
I think he is one of the pretty boys, the soft-spoken little pretty boys that the Chinese fujoshis tend to get very moist about. That's the only kind of Niji EN liver that seems to be doing decently at the moment. And again, that's the problem, is that Nijisanji has completely pigeonholed themselves, is that the Nijisisters are the most toxic kind of fan base, because what they do is they are rabidly supportive of the talents that they love, so long as those talents do exactly and precisely what they say they should. The moment any of them step out of line, and the moment any new talents come in who don't completely stand in lockstep with everything that the past generations have done, they are instantaneously cancelled, hated, and harassed by the Nijisister Brigade, even when they're still in the company. And so you can't bring in fresh blood or fresh talent. You can't change direction now because your brand is irrevocably tainted from all of this. And the remainder of your fan base that you rely on for the money needed to create new generations is the same fan base that creates a toxic environment that makes nobody of any substance want to play with you in the first place.
Same fan base that doesn't actually buy anything. Let's not forget that concert that they had to cancel because
yes,
seats.
Oh yes, that was a hilarious one. I love that, and I think somebody. I unfortunately I don't have the screenshots to hand, but somebody in my Discord actually went to Japan fairly recently, and they went to the massive warehouse places where you can buy Japanese merch and so on. And they said the discount bins are absolutely overflowing with Nijisanji merch that hasn't sold, like gargantuan amounts.
You mean EN stuff or Nijisanji in general?
Nijisanji in general, actually. He just said there's enormous amounts of merchandise from a lot of EN generations. There was some JP stuff as well, because people forget that Nijisanji JP has some enormous talents, some absolutely gargantuan talents. I think they're still at the top of the industry in terms of CCV.
Oh, they do, yeah.
Yeah, they have just as many nobodies in JP as well. It's just they have so many of them that it doesn't really matter if even a few dozen fail, so long as one or two of them go on to massive success.
Yeah, when it comes to selling Nijisanji yen as merch, even as fun merch, even that is not working out very well.
Oh no!
To give you an example, this year's Anime Expo that I attended, I did a photo run through all of the Artist Alley looking for VTuber merchandise. And Nijisanji yen was sparse at best. And when it was actually showcased in any significant fashion, it was lumped in with Genshin Impact because these motherfuckers look the same as fucking Nijisanji and VTubers for the most part.
Oh yeah, they're definitely going after that.
And Nijisanji, even if it was showcased as a prominent piece of the exhibition by a particular artist, it still didn't sell very well. And then you go to other booths, there's HoloLive, there's Dokibird, there's Mint as well. All of that sold out. Mint and Dokibird had a bigger showing in fun merchandise than Nijisanji did. So as EX is the biggest convention in the United States and it's also the one that's, most industry focused, it really shows you the state of this fucking company.
It absolutely
their reputation.
does. I also like Attack Hilo saying Kuri Rinji confirmed to be the one holobrony who harassed Nijisister artists.
Yeah. I mean, I went to their photo shoot, to the Nijisister photo shoot. I guess Nijisanji fan. I didn't know they're sisters or anything. But I guess in order not to get harassed by people, I imagine that's why they did it. They went outside of the convention itself to at least 100 meters away from the convention building to some plaza in order to get their cosplay photo shoots going. And even then, there wasn't many people attending, 20, 30, something like that, compared to a massive HoloLive photo shoot that even the bigwigs from fucking Cover attended. Yago was there as well. I mean,
yeah, that's amazing. Also, can you keep talking for 2 minutes or so, because I just need to nip outside for a second. I'll be right back.
So, chat, how are we gonna sabotage Proctor's stream? What kind of slurs do we have to say?
I can still hear you, by the way.
I know, I'm just joking. Either way, let me continue to talk about Nijisisters here for a little bit as Proctor is doing his Proctor stuff. As Proctor mentioned, Nijisanji cannot bring new talents in without them getting shat on and without them being forgotten, completely. the generation of Nijisanji talents, I don't even remember what they were called. The one that has Twisty and two other people that I don't remember the names of. These people kind of have a similar viewership to what Proctor and I have at this point. Proctor is sitting at 126 viewers right now. And at the end of the day, this stream, when it's done, it's probably going to have like 1K, 2K views at the end of the day. And this is the same views that the new Nijisanji and streamers get. So, yeah. So if Proctor ever wants to become a Nijisanji talent, he can pretty much go for it at any point. He'd probably get accepted too. I mean, the bar for entry to Nijisanji, and I imagine, is so low at this point that anybody can get in. And people will get in. Because despite what this company has done to its talents, despite what they have done to themselves, to their own reputation, people do still want to go and work with them, or rather for them, because they don't work together. This is not a joint effort. This is just people working for a heartless, soulless fucking company. Oh, one of you is mentioning that Twisty is like a VT spy that managed to get into Nijisanji for the fucking giggles. I could kind of believe this, considering what kind of shit poster she is and what she does. And the fact that she apparently has some sort of presence on VT. I'd fucking believe that at any point. So, I don't know. Well, I just have to wait and see where this goes. But considering that she's been very vocal about everything going on, especially with Vivi's graduation, she's probably going to get some eyes on her at this point. And maybe it's going to boost her numbers. Who knows? But Nijisanji rats are very amusing, for sure. There's so many Nijisisters out there, chat. And we've just kind of barely scratched the surface of this, because Bint is the most prominent one. I mentioned Mae and Jasmine. They're far less vocal, but pretty much share the same opinions that Bint would have. And as far as this goes, I think Proctor has a little bit more material on Bint, because Bint has been so infamous for the past few months.
Oh, trust me, I've got a great deal of material on Bint.
Yeah, I imagine like it would take hours to go through most of it. So I don't know how long you plan to go on with this.
I can go on for a while. I'm fortunate because the clocks go back tonight, so although that I have to get up fairly early tomorrow, I can stay up for a fair bit longer than normal. I also saw what Daniel Sierra posted in chat. Before the Doki stuff had happened, Zeno got scouted for Nijisanji. Their questionnaire was hilarious. Do you have any sources for that, Daniel Sierra? Because I would love to see what they asked about. Attack Hilo says, Callie confirming that Hollow has a vibe check. Other corpos need to learn this. Stop letting talents in who do not work well with others. Yeah, I absolutely agree, is that Nijisanji has a massive problem with just looking at people and going, okay, how much money can we milk out of this person? They seem to have absolutely no understanding of team dynamics. And I think that multiple people who have left the company have said the same thing, is they're just kind of thrown together when everything starts. The generations have no real contact with each other prior to the confirmation and everything, and they just end up being told, here you are, here's your gen mates, get along with each other, shut up and stop thinking about it.
It kind of feels like the same thing that Face Connect suffered from in year one of their activity, because they had these sort of problems with management, with people not knowing what to do with each other, how to organize things, how to handle things like collabs and stuff like that. It feels like Nijisanji is this, but forever. Nijisanji yen, at least. I don't know how the Japanese side of this looks, it's all kind of connected based on what Sai was saying in her document, that you first meet the Japanese side of that, and then you meet with people that are actually going to be managing you, and these people change all the fucking time because I guess they have some kind of throughput or something like that. Like people go in and out, revolving door policy for fucking management.
I mean, I think that people were pointing out as well around the time of Selen, they were digging through a lot of Nijisanji stuff, and they pointed out that, like, the stated pay for Nijisanji managers and so on, they dug up info on that, is like the absolute minimum lowest you can possibly get away with in the industry. And I think also some people commented as well that in Japanese working culture, it's common for, doesn't matter what your qualifications are, you don't get equal pay commensurate to your capabilities when you join the company. It's all basically based on the amount of company loyalty you have. And so somebody with a high level of qualifications has absolutely no incentive whatsoever to apply for those positions because, yeah, as Ihara-chan said, just as managers, and they get paid the salary of a new entry-level job. Yeah, so nobody... It's a massive problem with the industry as a whole, is that if you have a degree in business or whatever... I mean, you can get away with charging an awful lot of money for your services, and how many VTubers are going to be able to pay that much money? Yeah, Dim the Lamb said $7 an hour. That's what I remember. And Icarus Windrun 223 says that sounds very Japanese corpo. It does, exactly. And it's just this complete refusal to change anything. I think also that Nijisanji is a massive case of suffering from success. They got big, they managed to make it good for a while by basically hiring lightning in a bottle several times, managing to capture that lightning in a bottle several times in a row with their massive talents. But those talents made it big on their own merits, not because of the company. The company just managed to hire them at the right time. And I think that Zion's example is such a massive indictment against them because they had somebody who had legitimate, really good contacts in the Chinese gacha industry. Like Sayu has really good contacts with Genshin Impact stuff and all that kind of nonsense. I hate gacha personally, but hey, props to her for actually doing the work. And Niji was like, no, you can't use any of those. We don't want to hear about it. You start from new. You have to get a new account. You can't use your veterans account with endgame content and everything. You must do your gacha stuff in the exact same way as everybody else. And it's like, why? Why on earth would you ever put in any kind of effort under those conditions?
They really always check that they own everything that their talents do, like from the model to their activities, and of course their gaming accounts. All of that has to be accounted for. Because what if by pure happenstance someone has something on their gaming account that cannot be shown for whatever reason?
Oh dear.
Yeah, this is the precaution that they take, but other than that, they give no clear direction for anything.
No, they don't. Yeah, as Ahara-chan says, they maximize profits at the expense of talent. Yeah, that's another thing that Sayu said repeatedly, is that they treat you as if you are nothing without the company. It's a very classic Japanese mentality. I can't even say it's Japanese mentality, is that they a lot of places do this. They have the attitude of, you are nothing without the company. We give you everything. All your success is because of us. And, like, the reality is that quite a few Niji talents still think that way because they are fairly young, inexperienced people. You'll notice people like Quinn, for example, and most of the people that are in Nijisanji EN were not enormously successful before they got into Niji, and quite a lot of them are quite young, fairly innocent. They don't have much work experience. And from everything that Sayu says, that's genuinely what Nijisanji targets, is that they just don't go after you because you have the qualities to be a good VTuber. They go after you because you are demonstrably someone they can possibly manipulate and control.
At least they think that they can.
Yeah.
Considering what happened to them with all of their talents leaving. because they decided to have a backbone at some point in their lives.
Yeah, as the Kiwi Noir said, insert Vivi, she sounded like a battered housewife in her graduation announcement. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, she joined Nijisanji already with a bad case of depression, and I imagine a year or so where a tenure as a Nijisanji and talent didn't help with that at all.
Yeah, good grief. Imagine joining Nijisanji while having depression. It's just...
I guess it's kind of like going to the Netherlands to seek euthanasia, I guess. Similar.
Yeah, and I think I may as well say this, but the information that I got about, in fact, I won't say who, but I mean, you can probably guess pretty easily, that one of the reasons why one of the people who left recently was because their outfit was messed up completely by the company, and the company had a budget of $1,000 total for the entire outfit, and then they were
Fantastic.
Yeah, $1,000 for an outfit. Nobody does. And what they did was, so they had an artist. They had an artist that they were planning to commission for this outfit. They went to that artist, that is the company, and then the artist wouldn't do it for $1,000. And so the talent themselves said, "Okay, you know what? I like this outfit idea, so I'm going to pay more for it." And the company said, "No, you can't do that. We've already told the artist to go away. That we're not taking this commission from them. So you're just going to have to do without that outfit from now on. That outfit is done. It's gone. We've now cancelled it. Good luck. Have fun."
I mean, granted, if they went to some kind of person, an artist of lesser popularity, I'm quite sure someone would do it below 1K. But when you go to this particular artist as, "Hey, we are Any Color, we are this huge company in Japan, and we'd like to offer you $1,000. What do you say?" Well, you tell them to fuck off because you know they can pay more.
Yep.
And you probably value your time much more than, to make the whole outfit for them because,
Yeah.
whatever you're gonna do.
Yeah, mind you, like, let me just check actually. Maybe this is quite funny. Any color value. Oh dear. Oh dearie me. Yeah, Any Color's value is not looking good at the moment. Right now, their stock price is 2,091 Japanese yen. That's and today it went down by 2.29%. So that's minus 49 yen just from today. Oh dear. Let's go for the 6-month average. Oh, it is fractionally above what it was on Monday the 5th of August when it was at 19,059. Let me see what the 1-year average. It started the year at a peak of 3,845.
There's only so many buyouts this company can do before someone looks at them and asks them, "What the fuck are you doing? Are you even running this company, or are you running it off the pier? Are you running it into the ground? What the fuck are you doing?"
I mean, they're running it somewhere. It's towards a wall, most certainly. Yeah, Kenneth Patterson just says they're penny wise but pound foolish, and I think that's a very good way to put it, actually. Gigadramon6 can't tap into Riku-sama's dragon hoard of nearly $20 million cash. Oh yeah, you can tell that Riku is golden parachuted out the arse with all of this, that Any Color could burn down tomorrow in a massive pile of lawsuits and expository documents, and he would just walk away and be like, a bit like Idlecore and Avil, "I have completed my first exit today. It went really well."
For him, that is.
I know, yeah. Anime fan FTW, crazy. This would have all been avoided if they had just left the music video alone. I mean, at that point, Selena was already gone. There's just no doubt about it whatsoever. She was tired and pissed off and everything. I mean, from everything that we know.
She just needed a reason. She just needed a good reason to just bail on them at that point.
Yeah.
And she found one, luckily.
I know.
Because she might have attempted for a third time if she decided to stay. Who the fuck knows? Luckily, she didn't.
Yeah, exactly. And it's luckily for the company, because imagine what would have happened. Because a lot of people have theorized that her tweet about her telling her fans to pirate the video was her basically saying, yeah, I'm giving up on life. This is my legacy. I'm going to go kill myself now.
I would never be able to live that down.
Yeah,
I don't know what kind of gymnastics a Nijisister would have to perform in order to excuse a company running someone into suicide.
Oh, don't you understand, Curry? This was a selfish act on her part. Don't you think that yeah, this was just one example of a selfish, evil woman trying to destroy the company that did so much for her? I mean, what even was Doki Bird before she became Nijisanji? Okay, she was nothing. Like, they took her to the moon, okay? They gave her so much. They gave her so much time, so much attention, so much effort. And how did she repay them? How did she repay their kindness, their love, being part of the Nijisanji family? She killed herself and tried to blame them. And before she did it, she told them to pirate their copyrighted material. Can you imagine what kind of an evil person you would have to be to do that?
I can see how a post like that starts. You know, suicide is bad, but...
Yeah, call me Bint. I'll ghostwrite for you, okay? I charge very reasonable rates. I'll do better material than you can.
I mean, Bint has some sort of paid blog, I think.
Oh, yeah!
As far as I know.
Oh, yeah! I actually have archives of that. I forgot about that completely.
Crazy.
Where is it? Let me just see if I can load it up right now. Give me 1 second. Yeah, because Ben has a freaking Substack.
What the fuck is a paid blogger in 2024? Holy shit.
Which one is in order? Yeah, this was in September 2024. Yeah, I think I'll read this because this is quite hilarious. Allow me to just... Is that gonna dox me anyway? No, it's not. So I just want to make sure that I don't open a file path on my system that immediately says my real name. Unfortunately, it doesn't have anything that on this computer that has my real name, but I'm always paranoid anyway.
Never name anything on your computer with your real name.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that, don't worry. Yeah, the Bint Zone. Oh, dear, this man has just an amazing thing. Yeah, Azara-chan and Bint still hasn't come out with an explanation as to why Nijisanji keeps losing talents, and the ones that leave all want to off themselves from depression. Look, they just don't understand what a wonderful company they're in. It's their fault because they refuse to just follow the rules. Okay, the rules are clear and transparent and obvious, and management is extremely good and loving and wonderful, and you don't ask what goes on in that room over there with the sticks and the screams.
I am glad that Bint actually decided to remove his mid profile picture, at least not from his Substack, but from his Twitter. So
yeah, I mean, look, this was September 27. Like, I think the funniest thing is that he starts this Substack and is like, oh yeah, I'm going to be posting here a hell of a lot, and there's like 2 or 3 things, unless he deleted a whole bunch of stuff, and I don't think he did. But yeah, I'll read from this. This definitely hasn't gone how I thought it would. This account keeps growing, and quite frankly, it fills me with a lot of feelings. On one hand, I've received a lot of positive comments and support. I've made some cool friends, even pushed on some bad actors to change the way they do things successfully. You got any names? Want to pull some names out of a hat there, Bint? On the flip side, on the flip side, it's nerve-wracking to know there are semi-major figures who are at least tangentially aware that I exist. Some of them like what I post. Again, citation needed, but it's safe to say others probably don't. In light of all that, I think it's time for me to reflect on how I do things and make some changes.
For the worse.
He's definitely reflecting on his actions, guys. He's auditing himself, okay? He's auditing himself, but fortunately he found no evidence of wrongdoing. Put simply, I'm going to try to be more careful with what I say. I'm not going to lie, perish the thought, or bite my tongue about shit that sucks. At the same time, I don't want to risk upsetting people I respect. Yeah, name one, or causing unnecessary harm. There are way more VTubers who I love and respect than ones who I hate. The citation needed button is just getting bigger and bigger. Way more! Even a lot of the ones I dislike and criticize are people I respect as creators and sincerely don't have ill will towards. Sometimes I'll say something spicy or give a half-baked version of my actual feelings, and the next day I'm like, I don't even care anymore. I'm not owned. I'm not owned, I repeatedly insist as I shrink into a corn cob. And yet, that take will haunt weird social media comments about me to the end of my days and be twisted into dramatic bad faith assumptions.
I mean, all of his Twitter presence is bad faith assumptions about people, so again, self-awareness, hello.
Yeah, zero self-awareness. As silly as the assumptions are, I do recognize that I can come off as a dick. Yeah, about a 2-inch dick. As a small account, that's not the end of the world, and in the grand scheme of things, I'm still a blip on the radar if that, oh look, it's a tiny bit of self-awareness for a second. But I know Twitter makes sure that big VTubers can and do see things. Because of that, and because I know my account may get bigger still, I definitely need to watch what I say a little bit more. I have issues with how criticism goes here. Other hobbies usually allow fans to casually say stuff like, this person sucks, or I don't like this thing this person did. On the flip side, you have a thimble of visibility in the VTuber space. Some people will never forget the time you said something bad about their Oshi. Yeah, somebody's not looking in the mirror much, do they? It's a bad and unhealthy reality. Unfortunately, it's the reality we live in. Also, Snurgle as 69. Ducky attended one Hollow concert, had his entire worldview shattered and quit. Oh, I remember Ducky. So sad that I think he deleted most of his stuff, sadly. CBM.
Yeah, he's very inactive.
Yeah, you
better
can.
Or worse.
Yeah, CBM. You can smell the sea stench from him. Yes, he's got a lot of sea salt, shall we say? A lot of sea salt. I criticize creators far beyond my level for their selective apathy with how their words affect people. I hate that they get to be treated with respect because of the rancid stuff they say is within the accepted fandom framework. Gee, I wonder who's talking about here. I wonder. It's okay to talk about this controversial topic, but not that one. It's fine to talk shit about this person who everyone is currently laughing at, but not at that person because they're friends with X, Y, and Z. You can be a miserable asshole, seeped in drama and negativity, who constantly starts problems, and you can be treated with far more respect than a genuinely kind and professional person who rubbed the wrong person the wrong way. That sucks. I'm not gonna mince words. Let me have a drink of water for a second. Bint projecting right now. CPM Smurl64, he did not go. People dunked on him because he was praising to hell and back the Niji concert and said it was the best event in the history of VTubing. Everyone made fun of him. Grief, the chat is actually moving really fast for me, so it's pretty hard. N Binted points at us with 4 fingers pointing back at them. As a Haro-chan, is he talking about himself or how Nijisisters view him? Yeah, the projection here is, if you took that giant hologram projector that the flat earthers think is why that we have a moon, like the government built hologram projector that projects the fake image of the moon to confuse people and make them think the earth is round, I think that Bint has a timeshare on that projector personally.
Other than that, this is like a stream of consciousness, not a well thought out post like at all. It really says nothing other than the fact that he's doesn't know what he himself is, and that's about it. That's the post.
As he continues, regardless, I should still cover my arse a little more. The bigger I get, the risk of me hurting people only grows. I don't want to be guilty of the things I call out others on. Beneath all the shit I say and do, I sincerely care a lot about this. I love this hobby, and I love so many people in this industry despite everything that upsets me. I want to be a presence that can actually help people a tiny bit in the broader scheme of things. Aw, isn't that so nice? Isn't that so thoughtful? Like, Kuririnji, do you think that this man has seen the light? And can you, would you like to name all the wonderful people that Bint respects and admires and has sincerely tried to help? I'm sure there's so many. You can name at least 10 easily.
He retweets all of the people that he supports, and most of this is just fan art. The same thing that I do. So I'm guessing that's the level of his support. That's the positivity that he spreads amongst people.
Yeah, the retweeting fan art, the ultimate show of support.
I have to mention this because Bint is kind of walking the tightrope on one thing, and I think that's gonna bite him in the ass.
What's that?
Considering what kind of fan base he's amassing with his inflammatory shit all the time. Bint supports a lot of lolly and lolicon VTubers, and Bint, for a fact, does not think, unlike most of Nijisanji's fan base, that lolicon is pedophilia. So at one point, he's gonna get it from his own people.
Oh, that would be amazing.
Let's say it's gonna be funny when that happens, because at some point he will run out of shit to say about false ID. He will run out of shit to say about Pippa. I'm imagining, because you can only say so much about Pippa without repeating yourself. He'll have to have some kind of new target. It's either gonna be me and you, because he mentions us quite frequently nowadays.
Yeah, we live rent free. I should start charging him rent.
I mean, Bent should really learn to use Twitter more effectively, because it really doesn't matter if someone blocks you or not.
Yeah.
You don't even need to have an account to view something if you know how to do it. So
yeah, just take any tweet and just add X cancel to it, and that automatically shows you it.
Yeah, so Bent, work smarter, not harder. That's what you have to do.
Yes, we're giving you advice, mate. Please, this is too easy. Don't stop making it so easy on us. Proctor, you should start demanding Bint gives you bird feet. I actually have 2 sweet little birds in a box right beside me right now, and I'm hoping they won't murder each other during my stream. That would be really nice. Anyway, let me continue. Every time someone thanks me for what I do, when... it makes all the shit I deal with worth it. I'm still a little ant in the overall VTuber universe, but whatever little power I have, I hope I can actually be of use to some people. So, what does this actually mean? I'm very curious as well. I get this is all kind of vague and broad. For one thing, I might start using this site a little more, having a space where I actually curate, proofread, and organize the shit that goes on in my brain helps me make sense of things, and also provides an archive that's less fragile than disparate tweets and bickering. Writing is a huge passion of mine. Yeah, well, I'm giving this essay a C- so far.
I can tell.
Yeah. But the need for me to pay bills and work a full-time job has definitely taken some time and energy from me over the years. So I turn to blurting out tweets where I'm less anxious about the quality of what I put out. Sometimes that's good, and sometimes it's not so good. I make no promises about the frequency of my output, but I hope I can actually start posting things here more. Well, considering this was in September 27th, and that was the last thing he posted on his blog, I don't think he's really gone through with that. Icarus Windrune 223. Bint really will have a document on them released within 2 years with how this is written. It has lots of raised flags. I do agree. Beard. Graphical design is my passion. Nolan thanked him. Oh, we've got those. We've got those open. Go on.
Well, Proctor, I found a tweet where someone thanks him. Let me read it.
Okay.
Thank you so much for whining and bitching enough that your trash take got quote retweeted and I can rewatch this epic Pippa clip. That's what he got thanked for the last time I've seen. So yeah, he does get thanked, but for the wrong things.
Yes, my experience with Bint. Yes. Pardon me. I said that I would use this site to focus more on the stuff I enjoy than drama. Yeah, the only thing you enjoy in your life is drama, mate. While I still want to do positive stuff, I don't want to force that up. What the fuck is he even talking about here? While I still want to do positive stuff, I don't want to force... What? This is a completely nonsense... That's a meaningless... sentence. Okay, we're now into a D+ in my rating, okay, of this this writing passion project of his. That's a literal non sequitur sentence that means nothing. I recognize that tweets can get lost in the void. Posting more stuff here will allow me to link people to stuff I've talked about more easily. I can properly proofread things and make sure that I have all my sources. He's a journalist, guys. He's a journalist. He's a professional VTuber journalist. He really is the reincarnation of Ducky. If I talk about drama, it won't be slop or microaggressions. It'll be stuff that I actually have...
It's gonna be full aggression.
Yes.
That's what he's doing. That's what he's gonna do.
He's Ducky 2.0. He's Ducky... Sources I can't with Bint. Oh, it's hilarious. I'm so glad I didn't read this beforehand because it is so much better than I thought it would be. Getting people to actually click through and read long articles is a bigger ask than tweets, of course, and inevitably there'll probably be less eyes on it. I mean, there's 125 plus 2 eyes on it right now. For that reason, I'll still be talking about things on twitter.com. I'll still be rambling and talking shit. I'll just be in a different format. So yeah, that's my ramble about where things are at for me now. I'm going to end it here because I don't want to go on forever. In short, I'm going to be writing more and I'm going to dial down the shit talking on Twitter at least a little bit. Yeah, by 0.1%.
Also, there's one dislike on your stream, and I imagine that's Bint.
Hi, Bint. How are you doing? Oh, dear. Wolf and Wings. It's sad that this is exactly what I was expecting. It's always the same with people like this. Oh, dear. I've considered starting a Substack in the past.
It's very weird with some people online. They get a taste of any kind of notoriety, not even a positive thing, and it gets to their heads, like to Bint's. Like, he really thinks he's someone important. That's the funny part.
Yeah, I know.
He really thinks he's making strides, and he's like a mover and shaker of the VTuber.
Hey,
I don't know what you're gonna call it.
Look, let's give him some credit. At this point, he's probably more influential than the latest Nijisanji talents.
Well, kinda, yeah. I imagine he'd get a similar viewership as the latest generation if he decided to start streaming.
Oh my god, can you imagine Bint as a VTuber?
Depends what kind of C he is. If he's the kind of C that, speaks English in some kind of comprehensible way, then
I mean, his English isn't bad. I will say that. Like, he is at least comprehensible.
Kinda. From this article, it could go both ways, really.
Attack Healer said, I suspect Bint is Symphony. They retweet Bint a lot and they mention being an alt account for someone else. Severely obsessed with r/Kurosanji. Okay, I've never heard of that other person, so maybe it's another link in the chain. Icarus Windrun, please don't even bring that idea up. I fully endorse Bint spending a very large amount of money on a high-quality model and then streaming to 3 people. What else is there? Oh yeah, because this. Let me just keep that in mind that this was posted in September 2024. And there's a ton more stuff that Bint has done. I think one of the funniest things that he's done recently, or he's interacted with recently, is that. Have you heard of VLure?
Yep.
Yeah, that VLure recently. I
had to unfollow Icy because she posted her breasts.
Oh.
I hated that, and I unfollowed immediately.
Too real. We only like 2D here in this house.
This has happened to me 3 times over the past week, and I hate it. I hate this new VTuber meta.
You've seen poor Kuririnji non-consensually exposed to female breasts. The poor man.
I feel violated.
He
That's
feels
how I feel.
violated. Somebody needs to draw fan art of Kuririnji just being terrified of women showing her breasts.
I mean, there are people that make sexuality so unappealing that just makes you into a eunuch. You feel like a eunuch at that point.
Oh dear. Yeah, Imi Basoa here says, guys, I'm thinking of starting my own VTuber company. The earnings split will be 10 to 90 in my favor because of course it's my company. And I'll be paying the talents only once a year, so that way they're forced to stay for another year if they want to be paid. Any name suggestions? And Icy Snowpaws just says, yeah, Nijisanji. And then Bint, of course, rushes in to say, is it just me, or is naming other companies in a joke about labor practices wherein said company doesn't do any of these things extremely stupid and unprofessional for an agency VTuber to be doing? Do VLure talents get any kind of PR training? Yeah, they get more PR training than Nijisanji talents do, mate.
I mean, at least they attract some kind of attention.
Yeah,
some
exactly.
Kind of positive attention.
I wonder if people would like to compare the earnings of VLure women to the average Nijisanji streamer right now. I think those numbers would be rather slanted in one direction, and it wouldn't be in Nijisanji's direction.
Didn't one of them have some kind of Sabaton, Donaton thing, and they got a lot of money?
I think they got something like £30,000 because they're in the hellscape of the UK.
Holy shit. That's really significant.
Yeah, it is a lewd core, so they have Stroni got $44,000 in 2 days or something. So yeah,
Niji talents would not even be allowed to do something like that. So
no. I mean, I don't like. I'll call them what they are. They're whoretubers, very much so. I think they're such whoretubers that like Stronny posted repeatedly about how it's really hard to actually get money for their corporation officially because they kind of have to admit they're doing digital prostitution at this point.
I mean, that's the whole point of the group, to have that kind of appeal. So I'm guessing at least they're effective at that. So I cannot criticize the method.
Oh yeah, I mean, if there's a market, I can't blame them for slotting into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Seth, let's forget the screenshots about Niji talents number friending after Hollow Council debuted. Oh yeah, those were a thing, weren't they?
Yep.
Wasn't it Vox Akuma that said HoloLive tech in shambles right now? I feel so sorry for those talents.
Feels like an all-out war or something like that.
They are self-aware, at least they're honest. Yeah, I mean, I don't particularly like their business model or anything, but if it works for them. Yes, obviously Bint is extremely tilted over this. I'll just close that one down. And another person that he took shots at recently is, of course, my Kamiyoshi, Kirsha, where... Thank you very much, by the way, Seth, for the number of stuff that you've contributed to this particular stream. It is very much appreciated. where, yeah, this was on August 30th, and Seth says, Nijisanji staff filming Nijisanji VTubers without them knowing. Kirsha talked about it, and then Bint is like, you freaking farmer! How can you suck Riku's dick so hard? A staff member is filming VTubers without their consent, and somehow you're pissed at people discussing it? And as Bint says here, I'll read Kirsha's post first. We will report violations committed by those involved with the VTuber agency Nijisanji. The damage mainly involved secretly recording the VTubers. Somehow, I am not even surprised at Nijisanji's behavior anymore. And in comes Bint with the Kirsha, a noted defender of hate stalking campaign website Kiwi Farms, who's banned from appearing at conventions, is uncritically sharing a drama channel disseminating straight-up dox info about Japanese Niji lifers. Oh dear.
The amount of inaccuracies and lies in that singular post is something.
Yeah, near repo farming's not much, but it's an honest job. Salute to Seth, Nijisanji's strongest hater. Judas Iscariot just says, what's funny is that when that all-out war leak happened, Callie unfollowed Fox on Twitter. Asihara
I remember that.
Yeah, Bint has sucked so much of Riku's knob that if Bint ever gets a silver play button, Riku would also put it in his yacht in place of the talents that graduated before they hit 100k. Yeah, well, Nijisister's whining about doxing. How ironic. Yeah, they always go back to this, like, oh no, you can't listen to that person because they doxed so-and-so. Yeah, just like you're kind of pointing at yourself right there.
It's funny that the sisters, at least on Twitter, they never, to my knowledge, acknowledge Nifco. Like, they never actually talk about it.
Oh, of course they don't.
Even if you show them the screenshots of people, congregating to harass VTubers, they don't know what it is.
Oh yeah, yeah. And the annoying thing is that because they're like that, they don't believe it whenever you tell them, oh no, that's the thing. These people are all obsessed with PL info. They all want to know what their favorite livers look like. They all want to know where they live, etc. And they just don't believe you when you say you don't care. Like, this is a massive issue that I have, is that I sincerely do not care what the average VTuber looks like behind their avatar. I've been so annoyed and so irritated so many times when, like, HoloLive PLs have been uncovered or even suggested, and everybody is like, oh wow, oh wow, oh wow, it's so amazing, wow, we finally know what so-and-so looks like, and it'll somehow cross my attention. I'll be like, oh wow, she looks like an attractive Asian woman.
Yeah. A lot of them are obsessed with identity. Like, for example, when Doobie, formerly Amelia, revealed that she worked on an Emmy award-winning show, right?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
There was a guy that immediately went on Twitter and was like, she's Cuban American, she's Latina, and he
it's
just
Latin, eh, shitlord.
Latinx, sorry, Latinx. Latinx. But yeah, these people are obsessed with the way people look, the way people identify, so I'm not surprised a lot of them just want to look up all the kinds of info on their quote-unquote favorites until they find something they don't like, and then they're pretty much the worst thing ever.
Yeah, Near Repo says, by the way, Sunny and Mogu stream currently at 1,800 viewers. It feels like a detox stream for Mogu. That's really nice. I really hope people in the Nijisanji L thread are keeping track of anything interesting that she might be saying, because I'm certain that she wants to vent about the shit that she's been through, no doubt. The Kiwi Noir says, she's Cuban, the best kind of Latinx. Asihara-chan, that was coefficient, but he just has a boner for Latino representation. I mean, I honestly think that the Latinos, that LATAM should have more representation, because most of the LATAM people that I know are pretty damn based. Pretty based.
And the Latin people that I know say that Latin people are the worst thing ever. So, I don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing, is you can't insult Latin Americans because they're like, whatever you say to them, they're like, yeah, that's kind of true, honestly. Yeah.
I mean, you call them a slur, and they say, yeah, that checks out.
I know, and it's so hilarious because the indoctrinated Latina people who are like, oh, I live in the USA, I grow up in freedom land, etc., and I believe in democracy and all this kind of nonsense and identity politics. You know, I'm gay, I'm trans, I'm intersex, I'm all these things. You know, my other kin is, a gay squirrel from the planet Altair or whatever. And the actual Latams that still live in their native countries just completely hate and despise these people with a burning passion.
Yeah, the Americans are like stolen valor Hispanics.
Literally stolen valor. That's a great way to put it. I'll have to remember that. Is that like the naturalized, I won't even say naturalized, I will just keep saying indoctrinated Latin Americans that live in America are literal stolen valor from the Latam kind. Yeah, Divo Leon, the extreme conditions we face daily counter any slur thrown at our direction. Icarus Windrun 223. It is the American Latinas that are the biggest issues. There is even a slur for them. Yeah, I really do like how forthright and honest Latinas tend to be in comparison to white women. It's really bothersome to me to deal with American VTubers, especially if they have any kind of progressive leanings whatsoever. It is actual pain to try and interact with them. Whereas the Latinas is like, yeah, this is how it is, this is how it goes, this is how it be. And I'm like, thank God you actually exist, because then my hatred of women, my passionate hatred of women, my deep and internal misogyny that has slowly developed over many years of having long, deep, and fulfilling emotional conversations with women is put back just a tiny bit when I interact with Latinas, because they're just so refreshing after dealing with white women, with white progressive women for so long.
And the cultural difference between those is just shocking.
It is.
It's kind of the same thing with Japanese Americans that they keep talking for Japanese people actually living in Japan, and their cultures and their backgrounds are so significantly different.
Oh, I know.
This has happened so many times before. And then you look up the person that speaks up for all Japanese people, and it's just someone named Cindy living in California.
Yeah, it's the arrogance. It's the arrogance that that you don't have any right to speak for your culture, but we do. Yeah, as like evil thingamajig whose name is cut off because of streamer mode says in my Discord, Flash News, Sunny collabs with Mogu right now. Our answers, sisters, disgusting traitors can't follow simple rules or something. Ezahara-chan, or Unseen Japan, who is some random Canadian, or like that girl that sells kimonos with the worst takes.
Yeah, Unseen Japan, I even had a small stream about him when I was talking about localization practices in the Western world. Unseen Japan should have his own fucking thread somewhere, because that guy is magnificent. He's that kind of false progressive that is actual. I think he's an actual sex pest, because he creeps on all kinds of women. At least there's evidence of him creeping on women in the fucking past on his own fucking Twitter. So I think all of that progressive stuff that he does is just for show, because that's what they do. They just skinwalk as feminists.
Well, I mean, let's not forget the legendary comic that is eternally relevant in all of these cases. Why on earth is it like that? Oh well. In nature, predators often camouflage themselves from prey. Yes, this is what a feminist looks like. Never forget. Never forget.
And Stone Toes gets shit for that when he's right, like 90% of the time.
Sure, just 1 second. Ow. Sorry, I just... it's quite cold here at the moment, and I just had a little skin on my lip that get trapped under my tooth and pull away, so... Ow. That really hurt. They are feminists to get laid. And the hilarious thing is that women who are into feminist men, they hate them. They just deeply, deeply despise them.
They're like a manservant for these people.
They are, yeah. They will use you up. If you do actually manage to score with them, they will use you up and throw you away for a better model instantaneously. No loyalty whatsoever. And I don't blame them. Why on earth would you be loyal to somebody that had no personality aside from, "Yas, queen, slay"? Or, "I acknowledge my male privilege"? Right. Yeah, Neo Repo AC Shadows is going to suck so bad, and not even because of the historical accuracy. I mean, I remember, I've read the book of the consultant who worked on that project. That was some of the most disgusting shit I have read in a very long time. It's like I've literally got it on my hard drive, and I feel like it may be maybe summoning demons to my house. It is so revolting. I've got it here somewhere. Books. Yes, can I open it in... Yeah, Brave. Tales of Idealized Boys. Male-male love in medieval Japanese Buddhist narratives. This is from Sachi Schmidt Hori. And, wasn't it trying to justify pedo boy? It doesn't even try and justify it. It just says, oh, it was an empowering and it was a good thing. And if you think otherwise, you're an evil bigot. Oh, and also her mother was a prostitute, by the way. Her mother was a prostitute. Where was it? Let me just look through here. Prelude. Ah, yes, here it is. Yes, a seed for this research was planted in my heart when I was 9 or 10. Throughout my childhood, my mother implicitly demonstrated to me how the covert, unspoken rules of human relationships could play out in our lives. During the 1980s, my mother, a young single parent of 3, worked at a nightclub at Kabukicho, an entertainment and red light district in Tokyo. Every afternoon when I came home from school, I found her sitting in front of her dressing table, busily applying makeup and curling her medium-length jet black hair. She would then loosely wrap her head with a large emerald green silk scarf to protect her perfect curls from oil and steam, before starting to cook dinner for us. We were the odd family that finished dinner long before other moms in our neighborhood had begun preparing theirs. At 5:30, my mother changed into one of her chic dresses, and by 6, she was out the door. The 3 of us did not see her again until the next morning. And Kiwi Noir says, this totally didn't provide a weird-ass bias. Totally didn't. Adalimek, I can't believe, Kiri, you didn't save this woman. Yeah, this entire chapter is... It's really, honestly, just kind of disgusting. Because you can tell just from reading this part that this woman has an enormous, enormous inferiority complex about her mother and the fact that her mother was a whore. No, she worked at a girls' bar, possibly did soapland work on the side. No, she was definitely a prostitute, like 100%. And the further you get into this chapter, the more obvious it becomes.
It just doesn't want to call a spade a spade.
Yep, it doesn't want to call a spade a spade. I'm not going to go too deep into that, but oh, goodness me. If you want to have a look for it, it's very easy to find a PDF of that online. If you want to remind yourself the kind of enemies that you have in the culture war, I highly recommend it because certain quotes about Sam Hyde spring to mind when I read through it. It was one of the very much not something that I consider a funny thing apart from like the first prelude. Icarus Windrun near repo, that is because all the experienced dev are gone due to diversity, inclusion, and equity. Yes, that is the unfortunate truth of things, that we live in an industry. I mean, we can see that in Nijisanji as well, is that they are pandering hardcore to the Western progressive audience, because that's the only audience they've got left.
It's funny that you mention Evil Toaster in the chat as a Hara, because he hasn't been active on Twitter since August.
Yeah, he still streams, but he just kind of copes in his streams, and that's it.
I think he's too afraid to actually go on social media, because he's that kind of guy that just doesn't do well with negative attention. He's like Mary, essentially.
Ah, Mary, good grief. Did you see Mary's latest little episode?
I did. He'll never learn.
He'll never learn.
Just continue.
I've seen him. That's the thing.
That.
I saw him at VExpo in person. You can just tell that guy. Isn't he relatives with Lumi, the Finnish wolf, too?
Relatives as an actual family, or?
I think they are related in some capacity. I think they might.
I don't know. I do know they know each other. That's how much I know about them.
1 second. But yeah, Lumi was at that thing as well, and goodness me, Lumi is absolutely gorgeous in person. That's one VTuber where the model doesn't do her justice, honestly. Cousins, yeah, they said, they're cousins. And my goodness, Lumi inherited all the good Nordic genetics in that family. My god. And Mary is just such an obvious... I've talked about Mary too much, but I mean, he's such a good punching bag, okay? Like, he's just so awkward about everything. And the retarded thing is that throughout VExpo, it was this really creepy thing that whenever he was in the presence of like 3 or 4 people at VExpo, he'd break out into a dance move. He would like he'd walk in a little circle in the area to like clear the area, and then he'd do a little like fake dance move thing in front of people, and it was just so cringe. It was so cringe.
For attention?
Yeah, for attention. Does everything for attention. You can just tell he's like, oh, my public is watching. It's time to put on the show.
He really just should have stayed behind the lines of everything.
He really should. He's done interviews and so on, and he really he just doesn't get why he's not as popular as a VTuber as his comics are.
I mean, he tried with everything. I do remember he actually did a Christian interview back in the day.
Oh, he did, yeah, which he doesn't talk about any longer. I wonder why.
It would look very bad on him, considering that he tried to egg him on for specific, very naughty answers. So yeah.
Yeah.
He wouldn't do that nowadays, because
says,
his image.
Yeah, it is. Lumi. I don't think she even has a second name. Like, she's the Finnish wolf, basically. Yeah, no, there's far too many Lumis in this business. I really wish I could tell new VTubers, don't pull a goddamn Lumi, okay? Don't be a Lumi. You'll be forgotten. It's impossible to market you, because every time I say Lumi anywhere, I have to go through like 15 different qualifiers. People are like, oh, you mean Lemon Woman? Oh, do you mean like the Finnish one? Do you mean like the Fish Woman? Do you mean... There's at least 2 or 3 others.
Don't be a Lumi, don't be a Mari, and for God's sake, don't be a bunny. Don't be a bunny. Anyway... Any way you spell bunny, don't be that.
I love that Useful Shroom, Mary tried to pull a BS apricot, forgetting that unfortunately he is not a woman. And the Kiwi Noir says, fun fact, Mary's comics are even popular because of his old artist, Princess Hinghui. He just coasted off her success and even stole her ideas. Yeah, because I don't think Mary is actually an artist. He's just an ideas guy, mostly.
No, he's a quote-unquote writer, and the writing involves stealing fortune jokes. That's his career in a nutshell.
Yeah, pretty much. He's deeply uncharismatic. He's always he always acts as if he's in one of those soap operas with a laugh track. Like, he does that autistic thing where he pauses after every sentence to let the laugh track play out.
It must be very awkward in a conversation with
It's
him.
extremely awkward. Like, I sat in on like 2 panels that he was part of at VExpo, and it was painful every single time. Like, the moment...
He hosted a panel? Like,
Yeah, 2
on his
panels.
own?
He was... his first panel was he actually got an interview with Sakana. And the second one was like a dedicated Astroline panel.
He's shameless considering that he shot on Pippa that one time
I know.
with a group of friends. Very shameless behavior.
Absolutely. He's completely shameless. I mean, he told... I mean, he did a collab with Pippa, didn't he? Where he basically told her, look, you need to sell out. Like, literally, he told her, you need to sell out, you need to just follow what's popular, you need to dump your core fan base and everything.
Yeah, that works out very well for online creators in their entertainment business.
Yeah, just look at it. I don't get it, guys. Why is it these VTubers? It's just like Evil Toaster when he had that thing where he got that retarded Twitch thing implemented. He was like, you guys, you don't know how to market yourselves. You people are all terrified of each other. You people never ever collab. And I try so hard to get you people to talk to each other. So now I went out of my way to make this for you and you all are shitting on me. Why are you so angry when I'm the one that's showing you how to market yourselves? And we're like, guys, mate, you have a maximum of like 150 CCV or stream. What are you talking about?
Isn't all of his popularity just coasting off like if he shows your talent? I think it's Zentreya. Yeah, he's coasting off Zentreya.
Yeah, Zentreya. Ducato 3 views telling 4 views what to do were always funny.
I mean, his CCV is comparable to mine. That's the funny part.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we...
I don't even stream that often
Yeah,
nowadays.
I'm pretty sure we at the moment are getting the same CCV as he does on his average stream.
I don't know how these people do it. Again, it's just kind of connections, and once again, connections. That's how they do it.
Yeah, it's a massive case of entitlement.
But I do wonder how people like Evil Toaster, because he's an absolute bitch, an entitled bitch, and how do people tolerate him for so many years before they decided to call him out? I don't know how they did that.
Well,
It's a mystery to me.
he is a Twitch ambassador, and the irritating thing is that, in my experience with VTubing, is that people are willing to tolerate sex pests if they think it'll get them something. It was exactly the same with one of the first like major LOLcows that I covered, like Torakura, in that he was sexually hitting up like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of women. Unironically, he would just send them DMs saying, hey girl, will you show me nudes? Like completely and totally shameless. Or trying to ERP with them in DMs all the time. But he was a decently well-connected ASMR guy. And so people just put up with him because they were like, oh, if I put up with him, he'll put me in contact with somebody else. Or he'll network for me. And he would. He'd do that.
Also a huge chubby chaser, because I know what kind of women he was into.
Yes, he most certainly was. He was an architect, okay? He wasn't all bad. He was...
I don't think he was an architect per se. I think he already enjoyed the final product of architects at that point. So.
Yeah. Icarus Windrun, clout and power are always going to be the reason, as Proctor said. Yeah, it really is. And I think that I think that every sex pest in this industry should be exposed and laughed at and called out for what they are, but at the same time, I'm sorry, the sex pest would not exist if there weren't women that were willing to put up and tolerate with them, and if they thought they would get something out of putting up with them.
Yeah, the moment someone steps over your boundaries, if you have actually ever decided to establish them in the first place, you just have to call them out, because other than that, they will just think that it's okay to do shit like that.
Yep.
Continuously.
Yep. I mean, that's the thing, is so many women, after that guy was cancelled, were like, oh, he came into my DMs and he crossed my boundaries and he was asking me for nudes and asking me what I wore, and it was disgusting and it was degrading and I never felt comfortable with it. And then they'd share logs that were like them actively participating and egging him on and saying, oh, you make me feel so good about it.
This reminds me of that one VTuber call-out post where a woman said that she got groomed, and the whole document was that she got mating pressed 3 times with
Yes,
consent.
yes, I
That was
remember
the
that.
funniest shit.
That was the funniest
shit.
thing. I mean, I feel really sorry for the guy she called out because I actually spoke to him a lot. He's a genuinely very nice guy. And like he trusted her, really. He spent over $1,000, and she even admits this. Like, she says multiple times how nice he was to her and how he spent huge amounts of money on her. He made sure she was safe and everything. And then at the end, she said, "Oh, it was terrible and awful, and I feel violated and molested, and I think he's an evil person." And like, that was one of the few cases of a document that was just so badly written and so insane that not even the whole Me Too energy of it was able to convince people that she was in the right and he was in the wrong.
Absolutely nobody believed her at that point. She got shot by every single person that ever interacted with that account, and then she deleted it.
Yeah, she deleted everything. I don't think she even streams or anything any longer.
Nope. That was completely out of any hope of salvaging.
Speaking of people that can't be salvaged, let me just close that group. And then we've gotten tangented again because there's still a ton more bint stuff to go over. Trust me, we are in no danger of running out of stuff. I think that it would be funny now to look at the Pippa stuff as well, considering we've already covered Merryweather and Pippa. So yep. Yes, Bint has had many interactions with Pippa, and yes, and as you said yourself, Curry, Bint, if you don't want to be a LOLcow, don't act like one. Don't tell people to deplatform someone because they're laughing at your antics. That's Rules of Survival on the Internet 101. And Bint here, right here, saying, "I'm sorry, but if you think anyone deserves to be a Kiwi Farms LOLcow stalked for content, you're a terrible person. No amount of, but they did these bad things, makes me believe you actually care. You just want an excuse to be a cruel weirdo." And this is the point where Bint, it takes that timeshare out of the hologram the government uses to project the fake moon to convince us all it's a circular Earth.
I mean, the times he lied about Pippa, even that one clip where she laughs at the supposed George Floyd jokes, I think that was her laughing about Sonny Briscoe getting cancelled because he was a cop VTuber. That happened, yeah.
Yeah.
Nijisanji fans are so insane that they decided to have a hissy fit because one of the fucking talents is a cop.
Oh, that's hilarious. And yeah, I think this is right here. Does this open up?
Yeah, this is the clip.
Yeah, let me just... I hope this audio will be okay. I do apologize in advance if anybody's ears get blown out by this.
There he is!
Don't make me use lethal force.
The bird app is seething! He's literally a cop. He's literally a cop, and I just have all these jokes just fly into my brain, and I'm like, oh man. Did you see people actually getting upset over that too? I did. There are people actually upset about this. Oh god, it's hilarious. The fact that he opened up this... He's gotta know what he's doing. He had to know what he's doing, right? Oh man, imagine his opening line was like, "I'll take your breath away." So I'm fucking hyped. I am a Nijisanji stan now. I'm a Nijisanji stan. I'm sorry. This can only end well. I'm very excited.
Yes, and Futanari Mana is angry again, but I'll read Bint's post first. It's been a while since I watched the clip of Pippa making a George Floyd joke, but God, it's so harrowing. Like, she finds police brutality against black people really, really funny for some reason, laughing the hardest she's laughed in her entire life. And of course, we have the duo of Futakuchi Mana here. That was really not funny, even on dark humor standards. I think you just enjoy racism, man. Futanari Mana needs some capitalist correction. Hey, let's not... Don't sully yourself with that communist... yes, look, it's equal... The communists are all into collective ownership. You don't want vagina that has gone through collective ownership, okay? Only capitalist pussy for us, please.
The funny thing about that Mana tweet is that this is the first time that she actually shits on Pippa. She actually had like 2 or 3 interactions with her directly on Twitter.
Really?
And there were there were positive ones. And they seemed friendly enough, at least, from those interactions. And so this is the first time she decided to go after Pippa. Which is funny to me.
That's really, really stupid. It's like she just consistently sabotages any hope she has of getting anywhere in life.
I mean, she has some sort of job on the side, and this is her side career, whatever that means.
Oh yeah, she's a flip communist, and yet she works in a capitalist society. That's definitely not hypocritical at all.
The most capitalist country you can think of, Japan.
Judas Iscariot Futakuchi Mana is a flip communist. She's a lost cause. I mean, remind me, Kuri, where are you from?
I'm from Neverland. That's what I'm from.
Yeah, but...
I border my enemies. That's what I'm gonna say.
Oh dear, but yeah, it really does impress me how the sea peoples have a pretty legendary ability to be insane, to be honest. And I
mean, she's a special case because again, she actually lives with the privilege of, you know, having a very cozy job, having a very cozy household, having a significant other. Somehow, she has a boyfriend. Believe it or not, this thing has a boyfriend that sends her flowers every month, and she posts those flowers in her Discord. And I don't know if that significant other actually ever met up with her. Just kind of feels like he only sends her flowers, and that's the only time that she mentions them in any capacity. But that's none of my business. I just think it's funny that a creature like that can be loved by someone.
Look, that's the thing. We're told don't stick your dick in crazy, but apparently the crazy ones are the best in bed. I mean, look at people like Denpa Fish and so on.
Denpa Fish is also special, and she's gonna end up in trouble if she's gonna keep acting the way she does on social media. Because she's just asking for trouble with what she does.
Judas Iscariot's long-distance relationship, typical whore flip behavior. It's just so sad. The thing is, I know so many good flips. Like, genuinely, they are some of the nicest people when they actually turn out right. If they turn out bad, it's not a pretty sight at all.
I do know Filipinos, but only the Americanized ones, not the ones that actually lived in the Philippines, and those seem kind of okay. From personal experience.
There's several. I think Denpa Fish got permanent ban. No, that's Gunpie. That's a Gunpie who is that's
she got permabanned. Oh, I didn't know.
Yep, she's been completely nuked permanently on Twitch, and yes, I've looked into her a little bit, and I'm like, yeah, that's the kind of crazy I don't feel like touching with a 10-foot barge pole. Thank you. Icarus Windrun. Yeah, I know a Filipino brain surgeon, great guy. Oh dear. Oh dear. She also got banned on Kick. What? I didn't know that. I wasn't aware of her being banned.
How the fuck do you get banned on Kick? Did you post porn or something and show it to everybody?
I mean,
Like,
do you know the kind of
over and
stuff that
over
she's done?
What? I mean, vaguely, but what do you do on Kick to get banned?
I mean, I think that the first time she came across my attention was when somebody posted a picture of her and of her stream in my in TVA, and it was her writing the names of her subscribers on a period pad that she was going to use.
Okay.
So yeah, and the inside, mind you, the inside.
Yeah, I figured. Not even Johnny Salami gets banned on Kick for long. I think some guy was banned completely off Kick permanently just recently for some asshole thing that he did, which, you know, I hate Kick. I think that Kick is a disgusting platform, but even so, sometimes it's that people definitely deserve it. The Kiwi Noir, the flip I know has terminal autism, got bullied and failed his exam by crying for the whole period. Yeah, interesting experience. I just find it so sad. Again, it's the whole Asian parenting syndrome problem. I know so many flips. I mean, the thing is, what do you even say when you've got a Filipino woman on your Discord who with complete and total sincerity says to you, you know what, I think I would be better off if somebody kidnapped me and dragged me away into wife slavery. That really speaks for the situation in the Philippines.
She's not even Philippine. She's not even in the Philippines.
Oh.
She just has a Filipino family in another country.
It's like some sort of curse.
It is. It really is a
escape
curse. It really is a curse. I mean, it's. I mean, I joke about it, but it is genuinely pretty horrifying, the kind of stuff. If I hear about like an Asian VTuber and they start to talk to me, it's hard not to be rude about it, but I'm kind of like, okay, would you like to point on that? Would you like to point on the chart which particular horrific kind of child abuse you've completely internalized and considered to be nothing special? And they're just like, well, I'm a number 3 and a number 6 and also a bit of a number 9. And I'm like, yep. So the totals roughly add up to the standard Filipino parenting experience. Icarus Rin1223, I knew a guy from China whose dad was forced to get A's in school by his mother threatening to end herself. This was while China was still industrializing. Yeah, that sounds just about right. Seth, she lives in America and wish she was born a white girl. Asians just have all of it usually. Useful shroom. I say it flippantly, but there actually is some heavy metal or something that's in sea water. Well, I mean, their country is rather polluted as far as I'm aware. Messed his dad up and him up as well, but that's pretty standard, honestly. And it's really funny. It's like the Canadian thing is that they all say that it doesn't happen, and yet you talk to them long enough and they're all like, yeah, it definitely does happen. It definitely does happen. Adalamek moved to South America. We're like C, but no Asian parents. LATAM parenting is kind of a thing as well. That's very.
It is, but mothers in that environment just have to make sure their daughters don't become prostitutes. That's their main worry that I've heard from Latam people.
Yeah, but I mean, the trouble is that the sexualization of young people is very much worse in Latin American countries as well. An awful lot of Latin Americans say that their children are very, very, like, daughters and so on, are really, really heavily sexualized from a very young age. They're massively into, like, skimpy dresses and makeup and so on from, like, age 12 and up, and the parents encourage it. think it doesn't matter where you are, you're gonna be screwed either way. You're either in like the hyper-liberal Western bubble where you're coddled and you're told you're hecking valid at all times for everything, or you're in an Asian country where your parents will beat you and do horrible things if you don't get a straight A on everything, and then you have I think I remember it was Kirsha as well who says, and I forget exactly which one it was. It was definitely Latin American, but I forget which one it was, where she says that she lived in a community with like Latin American families who went to school, and I think there was one case of a child who didn't get a good result on their exam, and so their father took their pet cat to school and then beat it to death with a baseball bat on school grounds as punishment.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's a story she's told several times. Puerto Rican! Yes, it was Puerto Ricans that did that. It was a Puerto Rican father. Oh, the girl was being a whore. Okay. I thought it was just out on the street. Okay, I apologize if I've gotten detailed. I do know the cat beating was the thing that happened. I forget exactly why, though.
The girl was being a whore and the cat got the punishment for it. Jesus fucking Christ.
I just don't get it. It's also like when I look at like Eastern Europeans as well, is that their child parenting culture is just bizarre as well. I just feel
what did you find out? I can maybe dispel some myths about that because I know a significant amount about that.
Yeah, I think. Well, I know there's a bunch of Romanians that I know, and in fairness, a decent number of them have raised their kids very well, but the problem is that the women raise the children. They have very traditional, like, the father goes out to work, the mother raises the children, but if it's a male child, they're not allowed to discipline it in any way. It gets away with absolutely everything.
Well, that's a particular Romanian thing you're talking about. That's in their culture, actually.
I know.
I don't know why, but that's just the way Romanians are.
Yeah, it's really irritating because this one of these women. Sorry, I need to blow my nose a second. No, this music on stream, would you able to listen to it on Discord? Yeah, she attends the same church that I go to, and she's got like 3 children. And the thing is, as they grow up, they're really nice children. They're genuinely nice. But she's got one of them that is only about 1.5 or so, actually about 2. And he is the most annoying little brat. And like he will scream and he will cry and he will jump around, and she never does anything about him. She just sits there and she takes it. She can be sitting there and he will be hitting her in the face with his fists, and she'll do nothing about it. Nothing about it at all.
It's even worse if the child is the youngest of the family.
It is. It is.
Okay, so it's the worst. It's the worst combination if the child is male and the youngest sibling.
It is. It's so
over.
annoying.
It's
so
over.
irritating. Everybody else finds this little shit the most obnoxious thing ever.
You just have to hope that the kid on his own is a good kid, because there are kids that are actually good kids out there, not annoying
Okay, the
little
thing is,
shits.
she's got two other children. Both she's had 3 children, all of them males, all of them boys. And the other 2 are really nice, genuinely very nice young boys that I think will go very far in life. The third, the youngest one, he is a little shit. He needs he needs hard regular spankings. You can save her, Proctor. You can become the father figure. To be quite honest, if she wasn't already married, even despite the fact she has 3 children, she's a really, really beautiful woman. That's the thing. I really do find it so depressing. So many Eastern European women are stunningly beautiful, and yet they all smoke. They smoke like the bellows. That's the nice thing, is that my church forbids smoking. Absolutely. You cannot be a member of my church and have a nicotine habit in any capacity. And so the Eastern Europeans that are in that church, they all look stunning. The women are gorgeous because they don't ruin their faces by age 25 by having a 100-a-day habit.
Only cancer by age 40.
Do not fall for the slumacy. Yeah, Zen Gunman RC parenting. Uruka was allowed 30 minutes of screen time a week, and she paid for permission to leave the house with solved mass problems. Honestly, that's not even a 4 out of 10 on the C parenting scale as far as I'm concerned. I've heard far worse. There is a reason for that. Oh yeah. There another Romanian woman that I know. Well, I used to know her. She's moved on by now, but she used to have a child that was in the same. It didn't. The college that I used to go to for art class joined onto a primary school. Or a secondary school, actually. It was the first year of secondary school. There was a woman who went to the college, and her college classes finished an hour after her son finished primary school. So to wait for her, the son, who I think was about 11 or 12, it was his first year of secondary school, and he'd just come into the canteen of the college and hang out for an hour before his mother showed up. And my class is often finished early as well, so I actually got to know him fairly well. Really nice, intelligent little kid. But I remember talking to him about his parents, and he was genuinely a nice boy with his mother. He was obedient and everything. But I remember asking him about his father once, and he said, "Oh yeah, my father, he's in jail for the rest of his life because when I was like 6 or 7, he broke into my house with an axe, and he poured petrol over me and my mother and tried to burn us both to death. So he's in prison for the rest of his life." So, I just don't know what it is about about Eastern Europeans. They either grow up to be wonderful people or they grow up to be axe murderers. There's basically no in between.
There's something to that, considering like I live next to a family of felons. Well, one felon, because one is in an outhouse. The other one is in jail, and the third one's just kind of kept clean for the last 2 years, at least.
Yeah, it's so... Yeah, Helsheb says standard Romanian things, true and real. I mean, I've had so many conversations with people in Eastern Europe that are like this. It's just crazy to me. I just can't get over it, how many of these stories that I've heard from so many people.
You get used to it.
You do get used to it overall. But it's still kind of just weird. Not enough sunlight. Yeah, I've read like papers on how high the level of depression is in like Nordic and northern latitude countries. Near Repo, it's the Slav plus Romanian mixing. Icarus Windrun, the son definitely got the good genetics in that case. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Again, a lot of these children are genuinely lovely. They're really nice to interact with. They're polite, they're respectful, they've got a good work ethic. And yet if they're bad, they're just absolutely unbelievably dreadful, totally uncontrollable little brats. And it just depresses me. I see so much potential just getting completely wasted. Once again, we've gone on a massive tangent. You're supposed to keep me on track, Curry. You keep enabling
I do the same shit in my own stream, so this is nothing new for me.
Yeah, the tangent juice. We've both got a bad dose of it.
Yeah, I love my tangents.
Yeah, Zen Gunman. There's a traditional Finnish song that's all about being stuck inside all winter, getting drunk and axe murdering your entire family. Slavs are just built different. Matara Khan is a very strange woman. As again, when they're nice, they're delightful. It's like Finnish Lumi. She's adorable. She's really sweet and lovely, and then she's got, Merryweather for a cousin. So,
But is Merryweather some kind of mix of something?
He's Danish. I'm fairly certain he's Danish and maybe something else, but he's got the...
I think he's Danish-Turkish. I think he has both of these.
Oh, God. Now there's a combination.
He's what people would call a roach nowadays.
And again, it's one of those things where, I even know people from Turkey and they're like, yeah, you think the Turk Roach moniker is bad. Then you actually live in Turkey for a while and you realize they're really kind of underselling it.
Jeez.
Yeah, Lumi's being based again. I forgot this. Speaking of Lumi, hey Bint, you they/them person. Lumi is lemon Lumi, lemon woman. Because God, again, we're getting the lemon woman issues. So that what lemon woman is very, very based. I do like that aspect of her a great deal. Zuli, Danish, Turkish, grew up in the UK and now lives in JP. How the hell does he live in Japan when he's that obnoxious and difficult to deal with in person? How on earth
Maybe
does
he behaves in that culture. Who knows? Maybe he just tones it down in there at least.
Maybe. Oh, good grief. That is really weird. Lemon Woman is a nice... Go on, sorry.
Because he certainly went to Expo, to impress people. That's why he acted the way he did, I imagine.
Yep, basically. JP is also very single person orientated. That's true. I really want to visit Japan at some point. I really do. Zen Gunman, her parents fled the USSR and they hate commies. It seems to have rubbed off on her. I don't blame her. I mean, there's nobody who hates communists more than people who have actually lived in communist countries. That or they've doubled down and are like, oh no, it wasn't real communism. We should do it better next time. And I'm like, please, you literally can drive 50 miles in any direction and find a mass grave full of corpses the communists murdered. Will you please drop that nonsense?
I wonder how Mana would feel waiting 2 hours in line for bread. Because I remember that.
Are you joking? She would be one of the good ones. She'd be a card-carrying member of the party telling you disgusting plebs what to do. I mean, she has so many great ideas. She would definitely be high up in the communist hierarchy. She's obviously one of the intelligentsia. Hello, Jeb. Going to Japan is passe, bro. Go to Romania and vlog about domestic violence. Yeah, I'd like to stay alive, thank you. Going to one of these countries and saying, oh yeah, look at these terrible people and their lives, seems to be a very good way to end up dead in a ditch with an axe in the back of my skull, thanks. Zen Gunman, Lumi's mom is based. She once told her that she was nervous about a collab with Saurai, and Lemon Woman gave her a disgusted look and said, really? When has a Russian ever been afraid of the French? God damn, yeah, that is based. That is very, very based.
When was a Russian afraid from the French? Well, Napoleon is one such occasion.
Yeah, but they did beat Napoleon, so we can't really blame them.
The weather beat Napoleon.
Yeah, that's
he beat himself. He beat himself. Not the Russian.
Yeah, never invade France. Never invade Russia in the winter. But yeah, also I think another thing worth covering is Bint is so terrible that even Nolan Crush ended up dogging on him, which... How exactly do you manage to reach such a level that Nolan Crush, of all people, is clowning on you? Yes, as Phil here said, Nolan is effing with Bint now. His flip-flopping in support / anti-Kurosanji and messing with Schizo will soon earn him some troubles in the future. And here it is. Okay, this Parrot 4chan guy is really, really weird. And then and then Crush says, N-binted, I'm not NDF. Also N-binted, goes after Parrot for a video solely shitting on the company and no livers. How on earth do you manage to get owned by Nolan Crush?
I mean, whatever Nolan is, he at least watches things thoroughly. so he knows. He knows what's up.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I don't even know anything that Bint... I couldn't name a single talent that Bint actively watches.
Neither can I.
No,
I mean, the Mint thing was more of a joke than anything else. I don't think he watches Mint at all.
Yep, Zen Gunman, when Nolan is dunking on you, it is time to ponder the life decisions that led you to this point. I do agree. And Chris, the HoloPro simp, is like, yo, Bint, I know you can see this. I would want to quote your tweet, but I will do the same and screenshot it instead. First of all, I did not blame Any Color for whatever happened. This Yab drama did cause breach of trust, as said by Any Color, and loss of revenue. And this is Bint here saying, this guy is basically just a mirror world version of every obvious lie anyone has ever said about me on Reddit. And Laney Cynical says, Bint, it is a satirical account making satirical posts about satirical topics. Of course you'll see a brain-dead take from this sister. Keep the flames going. And then Nolan, again, Nolan being the voice of reason here. They aren't satire, they're just unhinged. How?
Nolan is the same DSP as on Twitter. DSP's tweets read incredibly reasonable on Twitter, despite who he is on his streams. So yeah,
I know, it's just completely absurd how these people are like this. Guildmage Troy, like most terrible things in the modern world, LOLcows are on a spectrum. A bit of a bandwagoner, but he is talent focused. Yeah, but Nolan is also mostly pro talent, not pro company. Yeah, that's a very good point. And here you are, Curie Winchie again. Phase Connect, also known as the 1488 core. And then in Bint here, man, why do so many of these VTubers I talk about have histories of humoring Nazi shit, lol? Can you just not joke about the Holocaust or say you like Hitler or defend 1488 guys in public? Can you not defend forums dedicated to ruining vulnerable people's lives? Is it that hard? At least one of these people works for an agency. No way sucking us in those meetings like, yeah, keep doing that shit, man. It's so good for our business when you joke about the 6 million people who died. And Pixel here says, I have a feeling that he definitely is. He knows it brings numbers from certain parts of the internet.
No Face Connect talent has ever made a 6 million joke. I can attest to that. At least not during a stream. That's something.
No. And Crush saying, the more I learn about him, the more insane I think he is. Just because I told him about false cutting an Iuki clip out of context doesn't mean I support him. How are you more unhinged than Nolan Crush? Useful Shroom, I still cannot believe Nolan posted a Lyra's song in Doki's Discord. Nolan is not particularly intelligent, guys. And then Nolan immediately sabotaged it again. And some schizos will actually say there aren't any gays in HoloLive. And TBTQAF, I've no idea how to pronounce that. There are no confirmed gay members on the girls' side of HoloLive. As far as I know, we still live in a world where you assume someone is heterosexual until they specifically prove they're gay. Prove me wrong, Nolan. To which Nolan has the entirely rational response, I know where you came from. Tell those genocidal freaks on TVA I said hi. Because
why genocidal? Did anyone on TVA want to kill Nolan? I don't think they did.
Nolan is now an entire race. Nolan is now an entire race of oppressed people that we are intending to genocide.
I mean, listen, he was banned from so many VTuber servers, you'd think he'd be multiple people at this point. So...
Yes, the Crushites, a very rare and endangered breed. Guildmage Troy, but Nazis are a joke. The Nazis took Germany from the most important country on the continent to the least important country in Berlin. Yeah, and it's... Again, I don't understand why this idea of satire against Nazis is somehow a bad thing, because there are literal Jewish comedians who have made it their entire life's work to turn Nazis into a joke. Like, aren't they allowed to do that? I think one of the first times I was on Twitter, I got into an argument with somebody talking about the whole Nazi nonsense, and I brought up, I forget who it was, I think it was Charlie Chaplin and some other guy, I forget, who is like a very famous comedian, but unfortunately I can't remember his name, but they're both Jews, and they are both dedicated their lives to making satire out of Hitler. Like, Charlie Chaplin did literal skits where he dressed... Mel Brooks, thank you very much, Gigadramon6. It's like Mel Brooks. I think he literally stated in multiple interviews, my life's goal is to make the Nazis impossible to take seriously. And I said to them, is it okay for Charlie Chaplin and Mel Brooks to make satire out of, Nazi content. And they said something like, well, no, of course it's not. It's never okay. It's really embarrassing when they do those kind of things. They should take it more seriously. They felt the pain of Nazi oppression. They should never, ever make jokes about Nazis. I'm just like, do you seriously hear yourself? Are you literally telling Jews how they should react to their own history? That's a little bit of cultural appropriation, don't you think?
Shondo, Fallen Shadow, got some shit for the same thing because she role-played as a good Hitler. And how dare you make fun of Hitler in such a way? Implying that Hitler was a bad guy? That's, verboten. Off the fucking record.
Oh yeah. Actually, this isn't the end of the conversation either. So, yeah, that's it. And then Bint replies, "It celebrates art that DKI herself publicly disavowed, and rape jokes in the thumbnail that she would absolutely not like. This isn't a radical thing to not be comfortable about." Then Crush said, "I'm still sus. I've never seen you criticize the company publicly. Also, Doki made a necrophilia joke while in EN, so I don't know if she'd mind the rape joke. The disavowed art thing is true, though, and I agree. F the she Kanoko version feature Vox." Oh, that thing again. And then, "So you're just going to ignore the actual context, you lying piece of shit." And Binted goes, "Buddy, I don't care if you want to defend hateful assholes and build stories about me, but if you're going to fill my mentions with abusive comments, you're just going to get blocked." Oh, here's the Shondo thing as well.
Yeah, cannot banter to save his life.
He really can't. Let's have a look at this. What could Shondo have possibly done to deserve to be banned? And Dayak said, "Ah yes, the more than year-old stream which you retards tried to use to justify a reason why she got banned last time." Shondo fan, don't say slurs for 5 seconds, difficulty level impossible. Oh, that's what Crush was replying to. Sorry, the wrong one. No, I've lost my goddamn place. There we are. Is there anything else here? Nope, that's everything. Attack Hilo, can we talk about how Nijisisters hide behind talking shit about VTubers and cobbers they hate, where they're censoring letters with numbers and emojis? Yep, and Azahara-chan, Nolan is the broken clock being right twice a day. I do agree. Nolan-sama, I kneel, don't punch my head off. Oh dear. No, they do that an awful lot. They do the same to Kirsha, and they do the same to quite a few different VTubers that they hate. The whole asterisk meta or whatever, so they can't be. Isn't it called like stealth retweeting or something? Subtweeting, I think. Isn't it called subtweeting when you tweet somebody but you specifically frame it in such a way that it's not easy to search as a response to them? Zen Gunman, every time someone is an asshole to someone's Oshi, it creates a spark of justice energy that travels from person to person and grows until it winds up in the glowing hands of someone who needs it the most. But why did it have to be Nolan? Gilbage Troy, you will never hate Shondo more than Shondo hates Shondo. I feel very sorry for poor Shondo. I mean, I don't particularly agree with her style of humor or anything, but I mean, I think it's really sad the way that she has to live her life considering all the stuff that she has to deal with. Haljeb, I like how they generally go after indies because they'd absolutely get kicked on by the hollow bronies. Oh yeah, that's actually funny because that genuinely happened, because that's a great segue actually into the next set of stuff here. There we go. The Bint X Hollow. Because this is another thing that Bint has been posting recently. This was April 29th. When it comes to arbitrary fandom wars, I think it's a big mistake to go all in on hollow worship. things do look better right now, but so much of what they do is just having better PR and a Western fandom who's invested in taking them at their word far more easily. Yeah, Ben, I really do wonder why HoloLive fans are more inclined to take the company's word at face value. I do wonder. Maybe Nijisanji has done just a few things every now and then, just occasionally, very slightly, that might make people question their word. Zengaman Shono gets a pass from me because she's unironically schizo and I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Yeah, again, that's why I feel very sorry for the poor girl. And then he continues, they know how to radiate positivity and a big glossy spectacle. Yeah, this is really a tell, isn't it? That Bint cannot fathom the idea of somebody being unironically positive. The idea of somebody being sincere and genuine for anything just completely baffles him. He can't comprehend it. He's always looking for the evidence that they're lying. He's always looking for the knife in the cake. He's always looking for the reason why they're not being sincere. Because he's never sincere. That's the problem. When these people have no positivity in their souls. They are completely soulless. All they're looking for is arbitrary and just conformity and acceptance of their way of doing things. And if you don't, well, you're obviously evil. And you were always evil, because if you weren't evil, you would never have done the thing in the first place. As he continues, they know how to tell you what you want to hear. They know how to keep former and current talents quiet about a lot of internal workings. And they know how to get people to see their CEO as the good capitalized CEO. I think it's genuinely impressive how they do it, or maybe they just look a lot better at it by comparison. But they get a hold of their initial major demos in the Western community first, and that gave them a lot of goodwill. Fans do a lot of work for them. Yeah, maybe the fans actually love the company for the things the company has done for them. The company is not owed the loyalty of its fans, Bint.
I mean, before HoloLive actually existed in any sort of fashion, there was Nijisanji, and there was, of course, an e-color, which was Ichikara at that point, I think. And Western VTuber fans that had no English alternatives, they gravitated towards the Japanese fans over there. So, again, Nijisanji, they had the foothold. The people that actually wanted to watch the Japanese. Even if the ENs came later from Holos and they make the bigger impact, still, it's not like Nijisanji didn't have the chance to do it by themselves. It's that just they pissed all of the chances away.
They absolutely did. And as Hal Jeb says, bro, they get better PR by sorting out the problems that involve them. Look at that thing that came out 2 days ago. They handled it so well that nobody affected complained until the government narked. Yeah, that's also a very good point. Guildmage Troy, HoloLive is a normal company instead of a shit company. It's why people trust the brand. Sahara-chan, it's impossible for him to know people that are happy because every single Nijisanji member he stands for is miserable. Giant Hater, you can look at cover responding to fucking up with artist pay recently and see the real difference between how they apologize and rectify problems. Exactly. Useful Shroom, you can see the difference in company culture by how former talents talk about their time there. And Guildmage Troy again. HoloLive will give a dead chicken a 3D model faster than Niji gives their highest earners a 3D model. Oh my, that's a hard one. Oh, I can't deny that. I remember that meme. That was a beautiful, beautiful thing. Yeah, Neo Repo, imagine a corpo that learns and fixes its problems.
I mean, Nijisanji, after the whole selling thing, they promised to restructure and have better management and all of that.
Yeah, they lied. I can say that with absolute 100% certainty. They absolutely completely lied. Like, I hope nobody wants to ask for a source there, but no, I know that for an absolute hard fact. I mean, we all know that, but I know it from a, well, not an insider perspective, but people that I completely trust have told me that it's not like that. And I believe them. Gigadramon 6, they innovated with live 2D VTuber models and then just used it to expand quickly. They had Luxium and did nothing with them. They had Salome, who was growing faster than Gura and did nothing with her. Yeah, Salome popped up and then popped right the hell back down again. I've never heard anything about her since that initial, 3 or 4 months.
Still has good viewership, but in terms of, making strides and making a stamp for herself, nope.
Nah, exactly. Gigadramon 6, Any Color are experts at seizing defeat from the jaws of victory. That's another very good, very good way to put it. Guardian of the Rune, imagine liking the company more than the people. Prostrate yourself before the rainbow. I know it from the heart, yes, absolutely. And this is the next in-bint attack on the HoloLive, the Battleship HoloLive. And Cinnamon Sheep, if you pay attention to the talents, it doesn't look like they are much better health-wise, like they're working too hard. Patel was 6 for literally months on end. Crony lost a rib, more health stuff than others. Keep in mind I don't even watch the female streamers, and I know about this. Yeah, and then we move on to the next one. These might be slightly out of order, I do apologize. Yeah, this is especially true for big corpos, but also small ones. Profit is their end game and they're not your friend. I wonder who else that could apply to. I say that having been burned by my investment in small corpos I thought were transparent and treated their talents well. Yes, the wonderful investments you made in small corporations. I've never heard him talking about small corpos ever.
I mean, Bint, when someone starts a business, their goal is to make money. It's
shocking.
It's not rocket science to do that.
Exactly. Somebody made a comment earlier about Guildmage Troy. Phase does nothing, is more beloved than Nijisanji. Tsunderia flies apart. Talents like Lisa still successful 4-5 views. I assume you mean like 4-5 views as in like 4-5 digits as opposed to literally 4-5 CCV. The Kiwi Noir, I'm genuinely confused why they worship the company so much. Niji isn't the one making content, yet they clamor to defend them like they do. Look, don't you understand? Nijisanji is a family. Nijisanji is a family. We are all friends and loving and happy in our Nijisanji family. Families stick together. Families are loyal. Families are loving. And if there's any problems, well, oh dear, that's probably a you problem, isn't it?
And if you leave said family, you're pretty much Hitler.
Yep.
So don't leave the family.
Yeah, and Jank Hater said they had the CEO/founder come out and apologize and promise better management and zero acknowledgement or transparency from EN management since. You don't have to be a Niji anti to see a problem. Yeah. And also, like, the fact that, like, let's not forget, and this still sticks to me all this time, is that Nijisanji drove a talent to try and commit suicide twice. And every single press release they did, every single bit of feedback from everything they had since then, every single official message from the company is, we are so sorry that we had to put up with this horrible person who dragged down our company. We are so sorry, investors. We are so sorry that we didn't handle this better and terminate her faster or in a better situation. Not, we're sorry we just drove somebody to commit suicide twice. How do you even defend that? How do you look at that and go, oh yeah, this company definitely deserves my love and my respect? I just don't get it. I just don't get it. There's, insanity, thy name is Nijisanji. Just 1 second, I need to do something with my water bottle. Ow. And then again, I suppose that a fair amount of it can be traced back to the fact that Nijisanji has a very strong Chinese demographics, and the Chinese tend to be a lot more rigidly authoritarian than Westerners. Westerners tend to be a lot more open to the idea of the company being accountable to the talents, whereas in China, it's all about how the company is everything and the talents are basically just appendages of the company.
I mean, it shows when the whole Vox and Reimu thing happened. Vox was blamed for the shit that happened in the stream.
Yeah, somehow it's Vox's fault from all of that. Yeah, legalism mindset. It's a godless mindset. At least the livers are getting free. Yep, I would not be shocked if the start of November we see yet another graduation. Then, has there been a single month in 2023 where there hasn't been at least one Niji graduation of some kind?
Whether it's a Japanese talent or whether it's an yen talent.
Yep. Okay.
I have to actually check that.
Pardon me, sorry. Insert Trump saying China meme. Exactly, that's what Niji fans are. They are K-pop stans. Ugh, good grief. I should do a kind of thing that has been in the back of my head for quite a while is the idea of some kind of scripted video about the K-pop audience and their overlap with VTuber fans, because, my god, some of those people are absolutely terrifying.
Do not forget Hoyoverse fans, especially Genshin Impact fans, because there's a huge crossover there.
Good grief, yeah, all that stuff is...
The
boycott, where they're like, oh, we'll still play the game despite boycotting it.
Yeah, and another thing, the moment Mista decided to play Genshin Impact on stream, his fate was sealed. And he also got shit at one point. Because he made a joke about the character's name, and that's racist.
Everything.
Because the character had a quote-unquote ethnic name.
Yeah, weren't there a bunch of, like, Genshin fans that were really angry they weren't using black VAs for black characters or something? Or was that another ridiculous gacha nonsense thing?
Listen, if a Genshin Impact fan was angry about something related to race, yes, it happened. Because so many things happened in that fandom, it's completely believable that anything has happened at this point.
Why on earth would you... Well, I suppose what I'm going to ask, why are you going to tolerate those fans? They pay you tens of millions of dollars. I'd put up with those kind of fans if they paid me that much money, trust me.
I mean, they just ignore them and they just see the money roll in. They don't need anything else. They don't need to pay attention to any of that bullshit, because why would they?
Yeah, Guilt Thunder FR reminder, one of the starting point of the Zion graduating was the fact she wanted to use her personal account for playing Genshin instead of starting from scratch with the company one. Yep. I remember that. I think we talked about it earlier in the stream, actually. Muffy Graves, it was because Natlan is supposed to be based off Africa, and there are now playable dark characters. Oh, I see. There are no playable dark characters. Okay, thank you for that correction.
Wait, isn't Natlan supposed to be actually Latin America, not Africa?
Also, can I ask you to keep people occupied for another just moment or so, because I need to step away for just 30 seconds or so?
Sure. So, chat, how are you enjoying all these this Binted talk? Because remember, Binted will never stop at this point. And believe me, Binted is not the only person that behaves like this, and we've already kind of covered a few people. No, there's not going to be any riots, and not today. Not tonight, rather. Quick start shouting slurs. It's torture, thanks. All of it is torture. The moment you deal with this for an extended period of time, it starts feeling like that. You put up with those sorts of fans because they give you enough gambling money to commission the French to build nuclear reactors. Yeah, it's in Africa, South America sort of fusion thing. Who was that one blue-haired sister? Chimo. Think so? I'm actually not that familiar, so I wouldn't know. Even though there's, so many of them at this point. So it is Africa or is it South America? Because people keep saying that it's either fusion or it's Africa. Either way, it doesn't matter because they are just mad that not enough brown people in a game that's that's catered to Chinese audiences. And you know how Chinese, they fucking adore colored people. They cannot get enough of colored people. They especially love black people in their country. They just can't stop themselves from loving them.
Zerafios, not enough racism from the so-called good guys, IMO, though I am getting my schizo intake from this stream. I'm very glad that this gives you the proper schizophrenia experience. Icarus Windrun 223, still remember that Bleach ad from China? Oh my goodness, is that still available online?
Probably is.
Bleach ad.
Chimo Esport. Oh yeah, that guy. I remember now.
Oh yeah, here it is.
He's from Denmark.
Let's have a look at this.
Yeah, would you believe that the way Chimo looks now is an improvement the way he looked like 10 years ago? Because I can show you something funny. Hold up. Where did I leave you guys? Oh, where's the chat?
改变只需一颗俏皮洗衣溶珠。
It's funny that this is hosted on The Guardian.
I mean, it's just you can't say anything. What can you even say to stuff like this?
I think it wasn't intended to be racist. That's all I think.
Guildmage Troy, guys, we can solve the succession crisis. Just take this bleach to the southern states. It's also like Curry. I'm curious. That reminds me. I keep meaning to ask. I tend to ask people who are from these parts of the world about skin whitening cream and like skin whitening scams. Is that a thing you know about or would have been exposed to in the past?
Yeah, there is something like that, along with skin darkening creams.
Really?
Both of these things exist, and both of these things have been deemed to be highly toxic.
I'm not surprised.
Especially the black one, because it has tar mixed into it. Actual tar.
Yeah, this thing. I asked Busujima Vibi about it because she lives in Peru, and she said, yeah, the skin whitening creams are everywhere. Like that's one of the most common scams in her country is creams that claim to turn you into a white person.
Yeah, they will sell all kinds of bullshit. And it sells. And it sells because it just seems so, attractive to these people that just want to be conventionally attractive to other people.
I find it so sad because I remember some idiot once said, "Oh, I hate TVA because TVA also they don't like fat VTubers and they really hate VTubers with brown skin." And I'm like, "Are you absolutely insane, my guy? There are people on my forum with 10,000 posts who 5,000 of them are arguing over which brown woman is the best and how they wish that X VTuber would gain weight."
Yep.
It's like we like our number 3 brown women here. We like older women, we like brown women, and we like well, women that Pierce Brosnan would marry. They want that Michael Jackson transformation. The Michael Jackson and his consequences. It's no different. They, Matthew Graves, is no different. They, our creams. 1 for eyes, 4 for face, 1 for butt, 1 for elbow. The 3 B's. What B? Brown. I'm not entirely sure what the other 2 are. I need an architect emoji. I need an architect emoji at some point. Gotta get that nose. Oh dear. I just find it so bizarre is that like white people constantly talk about, you know, about racist caricatures, and yet you've got so many like colored people out there that are like, yeah, I want to be a white person. What are you talking about? I want to try this stuff. I want to have that stereotypical Western white look. Brown anime women are fine because it's not African. okay, mate. I don't know. There's plenty of this. That's the most annoying thing. There's so many. There are so many black VTuber designs that are absolutely hideous. And there's so much potential for some genuinely beautiful. There are a couple out there that are really beautiful, but they're like really small and nobody pays them any. I mean, granted, the caricature ones are really, really small too, because obviously nobody wants to look at ugly stuff. But it's like Shizzy and his model, which I'm pretty sure you've seen before, Curry.
Yeah, I had a whole stream about this and his buddy that's also British. Holy shit!
I'm so sorry. Yeah.
But he now moved to California, so he's a trader, I guess.
I'm back for a walk from Milwaukee's stream still up. Yep, it's still up. It's still up, and it's hopefully gonna stay up forever. I mean, I would recommend that people, if anyone wants to archive this and post it somewhere else, I don't care. You can do whatever the hell you like with it. I want to make it very clear. I mean, obviously, I have no power to stop people from archiving and reposting this anywhere, but just in case anybody needs consent, I give full consent to download any of my content and repost it anywhere you like for archival purposes. Everything that I post should be archived because there's no way to tell with the way that YouTube is. I mean, I talk about stuff that I probably shouldn't on YouTube. I'm pretty shameless. I won't let myself be censored by nonsense, and YouTube might decide to terminate my channel tomorrow, and there's nothing that I can really do about it. Permit safe incoming? I have no idea what permit safe is.
Just don't upload it to Rumble because Rumble fucks with the quality of the video if it's longer than like 2 hours and it's like 360p or even less sometimes. It's terrible. So do not do that with longer videos on Rumble.
That's a real shame. Mind you, I can understand a bit.
That's why I have a Mega account that's premium for my streams, so I can just put them there.
That's cool. That's not a bad idea, actually.
Yeah, and it's cheap. It's like $4 per month, something like that. Yeah. And you get like, how many? I need to take a look how much that is in terms of capacity.
Yeah, but I mean, heading back to Bint for a second, we've also got his other tweet about HoloLive, which is a very funny recent moment. VTubers out of context. It was Bay. I really like Bay, where she has that reaction to this thing on the stream where somebody says, "I can't see myself dating a black guy." And of course, Bint swoops in to gloriously seize hold of the W. If you want to talk about toxic Nijisisters while Hollow fans are holding KKK rallies in public comment sections, then you clearly have no desire to confront real issues in this community. And I'm pretty sure that Bay, I don't know, I think her PL is known, and her PL isn't even, I think she's like at the very least tanned or something. Like she's not fully Caucasian. And that's the absurd part of all this. So many of these people, it's KKK rallies, they're white supremacists, whereas something like a massive number of VTubers aren't even Caucasian. they're Filipino, though they have Chinese heritage, or they're at the very least mixed race ancestry. There are very few VTubers out there that are like milky white, solid Caucasian blood. Yeah,
The white
IRL
women are
is
usually
tanned.
the white women are usually the worst. Actually, no offense to Kirsche. Kirsche is one of the good ones.
She's one of the good ones. Yeah, she gets to live. Magdalena's Rex. Kayla is a gamer who likes K-On, so she's probably hiding her power level. Honestly, the penguin is so autistic, such a massively autistic gamer girl. I really don't think she has a single racist bone in her body. I don't think her brain is wired in that capacity. Beard. Kirsche is half Italian, so she's not fully white. The Italians are white, I'm afraid. They often act differently, but they are white. Icarus Windrun 223. Pippa and Lemon Woman are good too, if they are considered white. I mean, Pippa is the whitest woman in the entire universe. Italians are brown, ask Panko. Panko really needs a Gyaru outfit. She really, really does. I'm offended that she has not tapped into that market yet. Seth, where do I post stuff on the Discord for you to watch, Proctor? Stream material. You should put it in... it's at the bottom of the Asylum. It's the last channel in the Asylum category. Ow! I just cracked my thumb, and that really hurt. Ow! If you're wondering about Permit Safe, he's a Kurosanji Redditor who steals posts from our forum. It should be of emphasis that I care about Reddit so little that I have never heard of this happening in the past. I have no idea who Permit Safe is. I have no idea. I barely even am aware of Kurosanji Reddit, aside from that it's a pathetic hive of miserable people, just like every other Reddit in the entire universe. Like Reddit is objectively a place where happiness goes to die. Happiness on Reddit, it's like bleach and, well, like happiness and Reddit is like bleach and ammonia. It generates a toxic gas that cancels each other out. Proctor Italians and the Irish were not considered white like 100 years ago. Some of us still have that definition. It's notable because his account got terminated for some reason. Oh, that's hilarious. Let me just look at what Seth is posting here. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Seth. Oh, yes. Bint, gonna be off Twitter most of the day, but apparently the Mihawk guy has been talking about me for 3 hours and is just going through random 2-tweet arguments I had like 3 months ago. You've definitely proven that I'm the weird one here. Hi, Bint. Hi, let's have some Bints in the chat, okay?
Don't say apparently. You are definitely watching this stream.
You're actively watching this stream right now, you massive coward. Come on, post something in the chat while you're here. Say hello to all your fans. Say hello to all your fans. We're all massive Bint fans in this house. We're binted out of our minds right now.
Bogus Binted. You got your photos printed, Bint.
Yeah, he shouldn't say anything. He's scared of the elite TVA hit squad that will track his IP the instant he posts anything in my chat. Like, literally within 5 seconds, we're all going to know exactly where he lives. We're going to dox his cat live on stream. We're going to... Yeah, hashtag #1 Bint respecter. Stand back! I'm about to Bint!
And Bint, people know that you're C because you behave like C. It's not doxing.
We're reaching levels of Bint that we never thought were possible. Oh yeah, this is the other thing about from Pippa. Whoop, no, I do not want to open Factorio. Whoops, that was a bit of a misclick. Oh, yes, this was what I talked about earlier as well. Thank you, Seth. Pippa taking the day off after facing her once-in-a-blue-moon public criticism. It's never enough for right-wing weirdos who succeed and be protected by the people who matter while profiting off of hatred. They need everyone to always be nice to them while they do it. That was in response to Pippa saying no stream tonight. Because, yeah, it's not a reach at all to just assume that somebody not having a stream in a night when they're already on a more erratic schedule than normal, they're definitely hiding from their critics. They've definitely been owned.
This is the schizo level that Kiwi Farms Pippa Thread exhibits. They have the same mentality. Oh, Pippa's not streaming? I guess it's because of us, because we talked about her today. And she's so afraid to do anything else, completely shocked out of her mind.
Yeah, she
has to take a
cowers in
break from
fear. Hashtag wouldn't even dox him. Mythicus, it seems bint is also a word in English. It's a derogatory term for women. Oh, that's hilarious. I forgot they did. I never actually looked up the definition. I just know that it's a bit of a rude term in English.
Yep.
Icarus Windrun 223, anti-Bint hates Niji and loves Hollow and FaZe. Bint, become the anti-Bint, become the based chat. Planetary Bombardment, the Onion Farms boys regularly claim that Pippa cancels streams because of them. Gigadron16, of course he's a Pippa anti too. Fun fact, Pippa has earned more in super chats than any of the girls left at Nijisanji EN except for Illyra. Yeah, and there's the thing, that this is Pippa's off month, okay? She's not been streaming nearly as much, and her income is like, I think her average income for this month or the last month or two has been like half of normal. On a normal schedule for Pippa, she earns more than twice the entirety of Nijisanji's EN division put together.
That's some support right there. And by that I mean for Nijisanji. and then they make posts like, have we failed our favorite VTubers? How could this happen? Why are they graduating? Why are they unhappy and depressed? Why aren't they getting support?
Nijisisters, how could this happen? How could this happen? Have we done the Doki stuff already? Yeah, we have, so I'll just close that one. I just want to go through and close this stuff. Cause close that. Yeah, we've gone through a lot of stuff tonight, which I'm really glad about. I think we've done have we done all the Pippa stuff as well? We've done most of it. I've already read that one. And this is Resi Orangi. Oh, that's an EN VTuber. I wonder who this person is. EN VTuber, 228 followers. I wonder when his last stream was. Oh, he has done stuff recently. Okay, so he's not a V-tweeter. Okay, fair. I do like to check, because almost always with these idiots, you find out they're just a seething V-tweeter last stream 6 months ago, if that. Zen Gunman, I long for the day when Fishman leads the girls through the smoking ruins of Nijisanji while Pippa walks behind him and pumps 2 rounds into anything that twitches in Minecraft. Beard. Nijisisters need to look in a mirror and ask why I haven't sent $500 super chat love confession today.
If you aren't Vox, you're not getting that.
Nah.
Sorry.
Anime fan FTW, seeing sisters suddenly go from loving Mint to hating her for simply supporting her friend Doki Bird really just said it all, really. Sorry about that. Icarus Windrun, I have seen how FaZe compares to other similar-sized agencies, and FaZe punches well above its weight. Yep. Resi Orangi says, I legit wish I could appreciate PC better. Some of their girls seem fun for sure, but their tacit embrace of the edgelord crowd really does make it hard. And then Bint says, yeah, it's a shame. I really like some of their talents. You name one.
Yeah, sure.
Sure, exactly.
Sure.
Nobody believes him. but they have a fandom that fully insulates them from any sort of PR damages while their talents do things like joke about police murdering unarmed black people and tweeting, Twitter freaks should get the rope. It's effed. Yeah, where's the lie?
This really shows that Bint only really knows Face Connect talents either from clips out of context or Twitter bullshit.
Yep.
Because Pippa is not even the most controversial in terms of being an edgelord when it comes to...
yeah, Pippa has nerfed herself considerably. Look at Jelly, look at Lumi, look at Dizzy.
Especially Dizzy.
Oh, especially Dizzy. I think that Dizzy... I mean, I've written stuff about Dizzy before. She is a very interesting person. A very interesting person indeed. Jerry, yes. Yeah, Panko also. I think Dizzy and Panko, I would still love to collab with Dizzy, but Panko would most definitely be pretty high up there in terms of people that I would love to hang out with and just shoot the shit with, because good grief. Dizzy slander will not be tolerated in my presence. I will go ring shopping with my Oshi.
Well, this is not slander. This is all positives.
It's all positives, yes. We can fix her, guys. We can fix her. We might have to take turns and have therapy afterwards, but we can definitely fix her, I promise. And then Bint says, at least one of these people works for an agency. No way Sakuna's in those meetings like, yeah, keep doing that shit, man. It's so good for our business when you joke about the 6 billion people who died. Yeah.
It never happened again.
Yeah, again, it never happened. And also, if it gets him money, why wouldn't he keep doing it? It's just like, why does Nijisanji tell their livers to apologize to their insane fan base when they do things that their fan base doesn't agree with? Because it gets them money. Because that's how they make money. That's what companies do, Bint. They encourage their fans to do their talents to do things that get them money. Yes, as Hara-chan says, the only time Sakuna tried to nerf Pippa, it backfired against him and his mods. Yeah, FaZe Connect nearly collapsed because Sakuna decided that he was going to censor Pippa. And he drove Pippa out of the company, and the fans were like, yeah, we're not going to support you any longer, Mr. Black Company Fish. And so he had to be like, okay, we're going to let him actually live. And let her live and do what she wants. And look at what FaZe Connect is now. That wouldn't have happened if Sakura had been like, oh no, we want to be a say-so idol company.
I mean, he tried to do the same to Sheena, but Sheena is now a lot more free.
Sheena does
in
not
her
give
content.
a single lemon-scented shit over what people think of her. And I massively respect Sheena.
I mean... One of my most favorite clips of her recently is the chat saying her that midget is a slur, and she just keeps saying midget. It really shows that she just doesn't want to give a fuck anymore about that sort of thing.
Yeah, I really, really like Sheena. It's just a shame that I don't really have time. I have so many people that I watch, and I like to catch their streams, and I just don't have time to watch the FaZe Connect talents any longer. But I mean, I feel the thing is, I feel a certain obligation to watch smaller channels because my input tangibly contributes. Whereas if I'm just one voice in 1,000 or CCV stream, I just don't feel much of a connection with it.
Yeah, it's all the better if the streamer is smaller if you want to have that sort of participation with a VTuber, but I personally, I just download streams, especially the Zatsu ones, and then just listen to them on the go.
As podcasts, that'd be cute.
Yeah,
Proctor,
podcasting is what I like.
Proctor, you should at least watch the Dustborn streams. I watched the highlights of Jerry's Dustborn streams. That was tremendous. That was really good.
I'm surprised she didn't kill herself after that, because that game is it's just everything that's wrong with
everything wrong with modern gaming.
Trying to put politics into games without making it any sort of fun. That's what it is. Yep.
Rave Master J, you've been streaming 3 hours already, Proctor. Look, it's a lot easier for me when I actually have somebody who can speak while I'm busy tending to my throat, so it doesn't just my throat doesn't just dissolve horribly. And plus, like, the content, we have got tons of content to go through. Yeah, and as, I think this was Awugas who said, yeah, he calls us forums dedicated to ruining vulnerable people's lives. I'd name one. I would like Bint. I challenge Bint, because I know you're still watching Bint. I challenge you. Prove that we have ruined a single person's life. Go out there, find me the receipts of any VTuber that will say, TVA ruined my life. Have them point you to the posts on TVA that this VTuber says ruined their life. Okay?
I'm glad you said VTuber, because Nolan would volunteer.
Yeah, Nolan doesn't have a model. He's not a streamer. Oh god, can you imagine Nolan crushes a VTuber? He would have just pointed at himself until you said VTuber.
If he was a VTuber, it probably would be some kind of My Little Pony character.
Excluding excluding Kestraline. Kestraline ruined his own life. Good grief. That idiot. He's still going, by the way. I still talk to Charlotte occasionally. Kestraline is still molding about Charlotte to this very day. Like, that woman lives rent-free in his head 24/7. Gigadramon6 Bint would probably point out someone who got outed for being a sex offender. Yep, there's a couple of, like, TVA antis out there who say things like, oh, TVA ruined so-and-so's life. And I'm like, you're talking about people that are well documented as being some of the worst and nastiest people in this industry. We didn't ruin their lives. They ruined their own lives by being horrible, toxic, disgusting people. Like, we were just there to document it. Like, saying that... Yeah, go on. You sorry.
Yeah, think of TVA as these people's graves. That's what you're supposed to think about it. It's not the people that put them in the grave. We're actually making the grave for them. They put themselves in it themselves.
Yeah, it's like that meme. Don't call it a grave. Call it the future you chose. Netflix in the future. TVA ruined my life. I'm amazed there hasn't already been, like, a Netflix series about kiwi farms at this point.
Ocean has 3 documentaries and kiwi farms has nothing.
Poor Null, always losing. Poor guy. Yeah, but as Awugra says, what about companies that have driven a vulnerable person to attempt twice? What about one that essentially drove one of the most popular talents out? A talent who went on to share a digital stage with the same VTubers in Sakuna's agency that Bint is whining about. Reminder that the rope comment was from Tenma, and the Twitter Freaks comment was Pippa. It wasn't one comment. Any jokes they've made have never harmed a soul. The same can't be said of a company you dick suck for, Bint. Stay in your lane. I also really like this this cute little sink the yacht emote that Denna drew for us, which has seen much mileage in my server, which I really do appreciate. Twitter Freaks was originally from Silvervale, wasn't it? I think so. I think Silvervale.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
I think Silvervale is definitely one of those people that started out fairly of a progressive mindset and has kind of seen exactly where that got her in life and the amount of hate and disgust that people have heaped upon her head for tiny infractions that she has dared to do.
I mean, she's still like that. I mean, I do believe that she actually does believe that, but it doesn't affect her beliefs in that sense, because you kind of bail on these people the moment they start shitting on you, right? But if you stay the course, it kind of means, at least to me, that you actually do believe in the sort of stuff that you're saying.
Yeah, I think also there's like, is it like Anna Carpathian or something from the Young Turks? Or is it another one? Who...
It's a woman from the Young Turks that bailed on them, because it turns out that anti-racists are actually racist.
Yeah, where she talked about being attacked and sexually molested by a homeless person. Yeah, it was Anna good grief. I managed to pronounce that right first time, and then I see it written down, and I suddenly can't pronounce it anymore. Yeah, Kasparian, where she was talking about being sexually attacked by a homeless man who like rubbed his erection on her while she couldn't do anything. And here's the thing, she didn't even mention the race of the homeless person. But the moment she said it, she was immediately accused of being a racist. And then she was like, okay, I'm leaving this movement. Because...
Yeah, those homeless people are of a particular race. That's what they think.
Yeah. Exactly. And it's just that it's the whole nonsense like, are orcs racist? Because... why on earth when a progressive person sees a giant green man with tusks and anger management issues, why do they automatically think this must be a caricature of a black person? I wonder why. Or if they see a goblin with a long nose, why do they automatically think that's a Jewish person? I wonder why. It's so strange.
These goblins are industrious people, and they have a lot of capital. I wonder. Who does that remind me of?
It really it reminds me of like Terry Pratchett once made I don't know if you know about Terry Pratchett or anything, but he once made a really funny like parody of racism with this kind of thing with vampires. In one of his books, there's vampires, because in Discworld, vampires are like they're storybook vampires, where they're allergic to garlic, they burn up in the sun, and they like hate crosses and holy symbols and everything. And so to counter this, there's a vampire that trains himself and his vampire family to like recognize every possible source of weakness that there could be out there, and like to just have the willpower to fight through it. Like every time somebody brings up a holy relic, he like knows exactly what religion it's from and, can ignore it. And he knows all the different varieties and flavors of garlic. And in the end, it gets the better of him because he discovers that it worked for a while, but in the end, he becomes so hypersensitive that he starts seeing holy symbols in like random bends in brickwork and so on, because he's deliberately researched all the different holy symbols in the world. So every time he rounds a corner, he suddenly sees a holy symbol in like a pattern of leaves or something, and then he just spontaneously combusts and dissolves into dust.
That's fucking ironic, but so fitting.
Yeah, it is. And that was one of his older novels too. Like that was from his like the 90s or something. But he perfectly somehow manages to create this timeless parody of a modern leftist. Yeah, exactly. It mirrors reality. This idea of this hypersensitive person that has trained themselves very carefully to see the racist caricature in literally everything.
To a hammer, everything looks like a nail.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good way to put it. When everything is a dog whistle, you are the dog. That's a very good way to put it, Rave Master J, as well. Oh yeah, you were talking about False ID earlier, and this was binned with False ID too. Last month, False ID sent a vicious harassment mob after an 18k sub VTuber. Over a month later, his buddy, Pipkin Pipper, is making... Buddy. Yeah, I do know. Yeah, False ID and Pipper, they're like joined at the hip, they are. Yeah, over a month later, his buddy Pipkin Pipper is making barely concealed comments, punching down at her, including making references to her concert. FaZe Connect just lets its talent be school bullies. How long is this clip?
False gets also too much shit, though. Like, I feel bad, like, complaining about False in any capacity, because he also gets so much shit for just the most stupid stuff. Like, with False ID, he'll cover something, and then people will be like, you didn't give as much coverage as would have felt appropriate. It feels like you give too much coverage to, like, big corpos and stuff, and big streamers in general. And then for the little people, you just, like, gloss over our stuff. And it's really disrespectful. And it's like, what are you talking about? There's not really much to say. Like, do you want him to, like, bring you on and do an interview? And be like, so, how'd your concert go? Or whatever, you know, like, why are you fucking attacking him? Like, just chill out. Be happy you got on the news in general.
Yeah, it's a literal nothing burger. What the hell? What the hell? Somebody just said in this, the Kiwi Noir video clip proceeds to be the most nothing burger thing ever. I don't even understand what he's mad about right now.
Well, let me tell you, it was the Sylvie thing. There was a VTuber that's, again, that sub 18k one, and False and his co-host in the show, they did a small segment on the concert. And that particular VTuber got butthurt about that because the concert announcement during that video was just a side thing. And she was also very hurt about the fact that apparently she wasn't credited for said concert, even though that video showed her Twitter account right there and then. So that complaint was completely false and butthurt. No pun intended. False, right?
Yeah, and then Binted again. Source. She talks shit about False, especially his Niji coverage, but self-identifies as a diehard fan who owns physical False merch. He makes right-wing trolls feel very comfortable around him. What a surprise. It's one thing for her to talk shit about False. They're on roughly equal footing, and they talk to each other in the open. They own each other's respective merch. Pippa does not know the streamer she's punching down at. It's wildly unprofessional and petty shit. And again, what happened at the very start of my stream? What happened at the very start of my stream before I even streamed? We had Nijisisters in the chat going, "Ow, you're just a 1k subscribed account. Who are you to attack us? You have so little engagement, mate." Excuse me? Doesn't that violate your own rules? Why are you punching down at me, sisters? Aren't I such a small, delicate little person? Where do you get off on attacking me and my poor my 1k sub channel? Planetary bombardment. As a right-wing troll, I don't care for False. Gigadramon6. Hey, I just had a random thought. What are the odds that Bint follows Vaush on Twitter? Oh no. You know what they say, horses of a tail flock together. Icarus Windrun, that actually happened. Dang, I need to watch the beginning of the VOD for a laugh. Annoyingly enough, this was in the pre-stream chat, and for some reason it was wiped after a while. I didn't wipe it. It happened to all messages in the pre-stream chat. I don't know how YouTube actually works. I think I screenshotted it and put it in my Discord, but I think I might have just commented on it. I apologize. I thought that it would save, but apparently it doesn't, which is really irritating. Think of poor little Procta. Yes, indeed. And Zuli, you're getting ever closer to getting bigger than Nietzsche as well, Procta. 3 view and still growing as well. I mean, not every stream of mine is going to be a banger, let's be honest.
Oh, Ben tweeted more about you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 2 more tweets. Let me read them out. If I had a bigger reach, I'd consider it a bit more for a day or 2. Objectively, Mihawk is a very funny, fake, tough guy. Profile pic to identify yourself with, though. He's also canonically shit in pitch darkness and doesn't wipe his ass. A follower with a Luffy profile pic ratioed him by just saying you're a fucking loser on his pic, though.
Lamau.
A virgin ex-warlord vanquished by the Chad Yonko so easily it was like Zoro versus Mihawk in the East Blue. You're such a fucking nerd, Bint. Like, I'd just shove you in the locker.
Yeah, swirlies forevermore.
That's such a fucking... I'm a stupid fucking nerd. I don't even know how to do.
Yeah, exactly. It's so funny that I get this all the time. Like, I don't like One Piece at all. I've never watched One Piece in my entire life. I just happen to like Mihawk's character design. I think, again, when I first started using Twitter and started talking, there was some guy in my Twitter thread going, Mihawk would be ashamed of you. Mihawk would be ashamed of the things you say. And I'm like, mate, I literally just looked up anime guy with good facial hair on like Safe Boru, and this was the first thing that I liked.
I don't think these people watched One Piece either, because Mihawk is such a minor character despite what he is in that series, and his personality is not that well defined for them to say that he would be ashamed of you, because they don't know what the character is about anyway. So
Yeah. It just shows their mentality.
So.
It just shows their mindset. They cannot it goes right back to the bit at the beginning where we were talking about the whole Rainbow Dash and the Holocaust nonsense. Where it's like they can't conceptualize anything without going through the stupid, oh, it has to be relatable in terms of my Japanese animes. They have no real... It's all the hallmarks of people that have no real-world experience whatsoever. Life literally is Twitter and the online world. Useful Shroom, for some reason, Mihawk is propping Buggy up as a Yonko, so I have no idea what you just said at all. I have no conception of anything that you just said. But it is really funny how much of a dweeb Bint is. He is very, very much a dweeb. And once again, by the logic of these very tweets, why are you punching down at me, Bint? Didn't you just say that it's very important to always punch upwards? Why are you going after me, a lowly... I have like a third of your followers on Twitch, on Twitter rather. You know, why are you saying mean things about me? Isn't that a little bit hypocritical? Rave Master J, they have no appreciation for history because they have none. Planter up above, and let's not stop calling other people dweebs, Proc. Look, I'm not a dweeb. I am simply a lone, fluffy tail enjoyer, living my life. You run a VTuber forum? Yes, but I'm the owner of the asylum. I'm on a higher level than regular dweebs. Remember, rules for thee, but not for me. Most certainly so. Is there anything else? Oh yes, there is. There's a couple more. Actually, there's a decent amount of stuff. I mean, this is the Jax Films backlash. Unfortunately, I don't have the video right here. But he says, Pipkin Pipper offers her response to the Jax Films backlash. It basically amounts to, you mad bro, cope and seethe. Which is one way to respond to being called an idiot for an absurdly dumb take. A take so bad, even your fans turned into Jax Film simps. I also don't think you can posture about how absurd it is that people would think you're a Nazi when you're the VTuber most associated with jokes about Holocaust denial and Jewish people, and having actual self-identified Nazis in your fandom and following white supremacists. Yeah, because when I think of Pipkin Pipper, I definitely think about she's definitely the most associated VTuber with Holocaust denial. Pipkin Pipper, notorious Holocaust denier. Oh wait, did Bint have a response to Pippa's Joker 2 take? No, he has a response to Jax Films' response to Pippa's take on Joker 2. Icarus Windrun 223, pretty sure Neuro is the most connected to those jokes now. Yeah, Neuro-sama, doesn't she make... Isn't this something that Vidal desperately keeps trying to stop her doing, and she just keeps doing it over and over?
Yeah, because he cannot filter historical context out of her fucking algorithm design. So she can do these Holocaust mentions from time to time. That's the funniest part about it.
Ah, yes, more of the... Isn't this what they call concern trolling? Where it's like he goes, nobody deserves the abuse that these kind of guys send. But also, she made her bed. She cultivated this audience very deliberately, and more than most VTubers knows the shit these people say and do. She's benefited from making this community a worse place to be in, that's a fact. Of course, we have a couple of other Nijisisters here. I Patrol. I think she's only tamed to the extent FaZe has corralled her to avoid completely destroying their brand. She's not reformed in any real sense. And then Myrtle or something here says, she's been somewhat shackled by FaZe, but in no sense has gotten any better. If 4chan turns on her good, she can kick rocks. And then here it is, Hacklar saying, "Gentlemen, I direct you to study the phase racism iceberg."
Yeah, that's a great image. It's a fantastic image.
Yeah, I need to look at that sometime. I actually haven't seen it before.
It's in the post, I think. You should show it to people.
Okay, forget Guildmage Troy, forget Holocaust denial. I want to know Lumi and Matara's opinions on the Holodomor. The Kiwi Noir, Nijisisters having no self-awareness, number 10,001. Is it really that low? I'm pretty sure there's a significant number of more options than that. Oh, I see. Aquatic Novelite says, Pippa is something that Tenma, Panko, Leah, Jelly, Dizzy, Emperor, and Sheena are not. She's white. Punk, okay. Yeah, of course, but with TVA, we're a notorious hive of white supremacists. Like, we hate all non-whites on this forum. I'm very embarrassed that you people like these characters, okay? These people aren't white. You should be hating them, and doxing them, and harassing them, okay? Whoops, crap, that's not what I intended to do. I hope that guy was using a VPN. Sorry, there was a massive misclick on my part, I apologize. Oh, dear. Guardian of the Rune isn't Bint pro-Palestine? Why is he a Holocaust enjoyer? Yeah, no, I think it was the other guy. Which was it? I've already closed that, that's annoying. But yeah, the other guy, it wasn't him that was the pro-Palestine guy. I don't think that Bint has ever really said anything about pro-Palestine. Useful Shrooms, something poll meetup. Guildmage Troy, the Phase Connect racism... Oh, blimey. Sorry, the chat just massively jumped on my screen for some reason. I lost everything. 1 second, please. Let me catch up with it. Icarus Windrun, right? Not like Sheena, Dizzy, or Jerry exist. Muyu alone would tank the company if they actually cared. The iceberg is further in this thread, if I remember correctly. Valet Gur, I am so angry about this development. Murray, what did that poor guy ever do to dox you like that, man? Look, I'm sorry. Occasionally, I misclick. Anime fan FTW, Bint defending Phil, not defeating the LOLcow allegations. Oh yeah, that's another thing, because conveniently we just pop straight onto this. Kuri Rinju... sorry, you on?
Yeah, this whole thing that you're showing right now, this is the biggest lie that Bint has said recently.
Oh yeah, I only think I have this...
fabrication.
Yeah, I only think I have this in reaction to it, so let me just have a look at that. No, we've already done all that. Pipkin Pipper sent her fans to harass Darkside Phil, a well-known Kiwi farm stalking and harassment target, sending a raid basically just to F with him. She follows white supremacist VTuber account Grexit, who hate stalks him daily, but follows don't equal endorsements, right? DSP is not a person I very much want to defend, but nobody deserves to be stalked and heckled daily by white supremacists for LOLcow content. If you follow and interact with people in your community who do that, you know what you're doing when you send people to his chat. Kuri, would you like to explain this a bit more while I just make up a little bit more water for my throat?
Sure. So, Pippa was streaming on Kick, and when she was about to be done with that, her chat asked her if they can raid somebody. And DSP, who moved to Kick, has become the prime target of that. But target is a bad word to use here. Maybe something else. Maybe I can think of a word right now. Lacking a thesaurus about that. But either way, her chat asked if they could raid Darkside Phil, not in order to harass him, just to see what would happen. So Pippa obliged her chat, they them to behave, and they joined Phil's chat, and everyone was as courteous as they could. There was no harassment. Nobody went after DSP. In fact, I think they had a lot of fun in that chat. I think most of the people that did say anything about that raid were DSP's own chat calling all people that watch VTubers pedophiles, essentially. So, yeah, again, very smart audience for a smart content creator that DSP has. And Pippa's chat told DSP to watch Pippa the Ripper. I don't think he watched it ultimately, but as he was ending his own stream, he thanked Pippa and her chat for raiding him and told them to come back eventually because an increased viewership on Kick would help him to get monetized eventually. So it's the complete opposite of what Bint is describing.
Yep. And again, Bint, if you've got evidence of people harassing DSP in his chat from Pippa's stream, post it. I'm pretty sure that stream is still up. Go to the chat. Find all the evil, heckling white supremacists who attacked DSP. And also, why the hell would white supremacists want to mess with DSP? Isn't he like the whitest person in the entire universe? This is just such madness. This is just complete insanity.
I think that indicator of them being white supremacists that doesn't really matter for the context of where they went. It's just, evil people go do evil things. So call them white supremacists, Nazis, whatever. At this point, it's equivalent to Bint. Doesn't matter.
I love what Useful Stream said. I consent to this raid. I consent to this raid too. But isn't there someone you forgot to ask? Wolf and Wings, I was in that raid. Zero BS happened. Yeah. I mean, Pippa has been... is like Kirsha. She says, you behave yourself in other streamers' chats. And if you don't behave, we'll ban you. But again, these people like Bint and other Nijisisters, they have no concept of acting in a fair and decent manner. Their only concept of fan bases is the miserable, miserly, sadistic way that they themselves act. They cannot understand the idea of a good faith interaction between people. They can't understand the idea of somebody saying, you will act this way in somebody else's stream or else I will ban you. To them, it has to be a dog whistle for something. They have to be like, well, I'm not allowed to say harass this guy, but you know what I'm saying, guys. We both know that you and I both know that deep down, you want to harass this guy. You want to cause him pain. You want to see him cry. You want to see him miserable just like I do. So I know. I don't need to actually tell you to do this, because you'll do my bidding anyway. Gilmace Troy, DSP was happy with the Pippa raid, and that made Bint angry. And the Kiwi Noir, the only people harassing DSP is the Kino Casino bro, and they're not even bullying him, just inviting them onto their shows. Yeah, dim the lamp, do not touch the poo. Exactly. I mean, even so, like Pippa's taken the piss out of DSP before, but I mean, they're both content creators, and yeah, this is what Null gets so angry about on Kiwi Farms. The idea that the people that hate DSP are massive DSP antis. They're A-logs of DSP, and they've been very open. Null has argued with them multiple times about how they need to shut up and stop saying things like, oh, I wish DSP became bankrupt. I want to see DSP on the street. I want to see DSP hunted down in public and beaten up like Ethan Ralph, except even worse. I want DSP to cry. I want to see him cry and sob. I want him to see his wife leave him and everything. And Null is just like, guys, you are literally worse than him right now. DSP's entire legacy is being a bit of an asshole on the internet. That is the worst thing he has ever done. And you are treating him as if he is a pedophile child molester who should be shunned by the entirety of society forever. Calm the hell down.
Yeah, that's the case with a lot of these LOLcows and their antis. DSP has had terrible sets of antis over the years, especially with the Sons of Kojima. The guy, what was his face? Fred Fox? That was the leader of that, because they have groups and they have leaders for antis of specific LOLcows.
Yeah.
That guy was insane. He was an absolute control freak that actually tried to stalk and get informations about his co-hosts, so he could have some leverage on them if they decided to turn on him eventually. So yeah, that was insane. And another LOLcow that has a similar problem with, antis being worse than the LOLcow itself is Wings of Redemption. The things they tried to pin on that man, as stupid and as bad as he is completely ridiculous, and they made themselves look like complete nut jobs on many occasions over the years. So yeah, complete degeneracy.
Guildmage Troy, Italians aren't white. Punko, one of the whitest women in phase. Kirsha, waiting at the docks for the pumpkin spice ships to arrive. Pumpkin spice is a very American thing. I've never encountered pumpkin spice in Ireland. Guardian of the Rune, the phase girls are honorary Aryans. White is genetic, Aryan is spiritual. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think we've covered most of the Bint X Pippa stuff by now. We're slowly getting through all the tabs. There's just a couple of things that I think are worth covering. There's one more big set of things that are worth covering, and then that will probably take us up to the 5-hour mark. At which point, I will go and get some sleep, because it'll be nearly 2 a.m. by that point. What time is it for you, by the way, Curry?
Also late, similar hour.
Okay, so we can start wrapping things up with just this last tab group. I think this has gotten us really far, honestly. Icarus Windrune, pumpkin spice is what they use to spice pumpkin pie. It has no pumpkin. I have never tried pumpkin spice in my entire life, I don't think. So yes, this is Bint again. This is September 16th, 2024. Bao making time to defend transphobes who get banned from Twitch, but not people who literally get banned before they even made an account. And here's Mithy saying, I'm sorry, Bint, but I think you're letting yourself get blinded by your disdain for HSND's behavior, and you're missing the considerably larger picture to the ban. This is starting to look bad faith, and it's concerning from someone I usually agree with.
Starting. That's a thing that they noticed very, very late.
Yeah. Hoto says, wait, since when is Scarl transphobic, WTF? And Winter says, seeing all the big VTubers defending... Is this a subtweet of Shondo? I'm pretty sure it is actually so disappointing. Yep. Like, transphobes / Nazis do not deserve a platform. They get banned? Good. I hope it stays that way. And here we have... He's bringing up false ID because false ID lives rent-free in his head. Bint, Bao is one of the biggest VTubers to be buddy-buddy with false ID well after he started the Niji content farm and teamed up with anti-vax weirdos and groomers. What? Oh dear. Anti-vax? What? This is a new turn. I hadn't read this one before.
The anti-vax is because of legal mindset, because he's an anti-waxer, and by anti-waxer he said that you should make your own medical decisions and not be forced by the government to get jabs. That's such a terrible opinion to have.
Such an evil opinion.
Taking responsibility for your own health. It's completely immoral.
That's do you know who the first person in the entire Western Hemisphere, the first leader to enact a public smoking ban? Hitler. Obviously, smoking is good. But yeah, seriously, that's one of the funniest things is like Hitler was rabidly anti-smoking and was like he banned smoking with his officer corps and everything. I think he was even a vegetarian.
Yeah, I love dogs too.
Yeah.
Dog person.
I think it's funny because, like, the SS, I think, actually had, they ran animal shelters and things in their spare time. Yep. But of course, you're not allowed to use that logic when these same people Yeah, you're not allowed to use that logic when these same people say, oh, so-and-so did this, therefore it's bad. Like, yeah, so vegetarianism, opening animal shelters, and anti-smoking, those are all, evil Nazi dog whistles.
Also, this is such a petty thing to fucking do to Bao. Bao is friends with fucking anybody she sees. She's just that sort of person.
Yeah,
If you ever met... I've seen and met Bao in real life, and she's just life of the party. She wants to be friends with everybody. So just going after her because she wants to be friendly on social media as well.
Did you have to buy a chastity cage in advance, or do her handlers hand them out to men that come into her proximity?
No, she has a group. She has a group of people she travels with, and they keep her occupied so she doesn't grow people.
Oh dear. Bint. Books could be written about how big indie VTubers have enabled right-wing weirdos to flourish. People like her would be deathly silent for a VTuber being punished for supporting Palestine, I guarantee it. Pretending to have rules and backbone is a hilariously ironic statement from a big indie. The VTuber industry rewards being spineless more than a lot of industries. The only time these people stand up for anything is to protect themselves, or because there's an acceptable target. Somebody's looking in the mirror again.
That's funny, because every time I've seen a VTuber being spineless, they got shat on. Doesn't matter what they've been spineless about.
Yeah, look at Merryweather whenever he's spineless. Before anyone comes in with "but she's friends with insert VTuber I like I said, this industry rewards not standing up for things. But I'm not a VTuber, and I'm allowed to express feelings about people whose actions I don't like." This style of writing is starting to get painful to listen to.
It's just so overblown and self-important.
Yeah, and here goes
every single sentence.
Yep, and here goes the Niji, the Doki bird subtweeting again. Does DKI keep winning, or is she a victim at every moment, ready to topple with a slight breeze? I mean, she's a woman and she's a VTuber, so they can both be true simultaneously. Is Niji a horrible oppressive overlord, or a sinking yacht? Nobody deserves to be blacklisted from the industry over this shit. Go cry to Reddit, you feckless dorks. The faux concern... You go on, Curry.
I mean, both of these things can be true. It could be an oppressive overlord on a sinking yacht.
More inflated than Bowberry.
Yep.
Yuckus Windrun 223. So Bint is a first-class tardigrade. Guildmage Troy, just get on your meds and start dating Bocce the Rock characters like a normal schizo Bint. Yeah, and Bint continues, the faux concern you have about her because you enjoy watching her play video games more than the people you stomp all over is so infantilizing. You don't respect her, and you're lucky she's enough of a professional to placate you worthless cretins. You don't deserve your Oshis. Then Esoteric Renko says, I feel the need to bring up this rhetoric is highlighted in Umberto Eco's oft-quoted essay as characterization of enemies being both strong and weak at the same time. The fact that the community at large is ostensibly fine with borderline fascist ideology is worrisome.
That's such a Reddit fucking Twitter
post. Reddit post. Somebody got lost on their way to Reddit. Good grief.
I mean, I get being well read and seeing, situations that you've read in books, showcase themselves in real life situations, but this is not such a situation. You just like to see things that you recently read and like to appear smart in front of people. Just like a Redditor.
Exactly. Like very, 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 really unbased and Reddit-pilled in that particular exchange. And I think just to kind of round things off, there's just one or two things. They're just comments from people on TVA. I think Dr. Welshman here had a pretty good one. Warning, autistic Welsh ramble ahead. The issue I have with Bint and almost all Niji fans is their incessant need to push IRL issues into the VTuber scene. For example, the retarded boycott of Macy D's and Starbucks, flipping the F out over Nazi/transphobe/racists and other shit that many could give the most mathematically unquantifiable fuck about. It's an infestation with the freaks. The fanbase has cultured this schizoid behavior, and now they act like an outraged Twitter mob over shit the talents do, others do, etc. And Niji themselves allowed this to happen, as they knew that when they did their scattergun approach to termination reasons, such as Selen and Sayu, guaranteed there would be one reason to make the terminal online fucks ass mad over and start doing the work for them. Obviously now with Selen actually dropping receipts onto how it was Niji being dumb and other people outside the company getting riled up at the actual injustice of it, the Niji Defense Force has to feel as if it has to police talents and act like the arbiter of social justice in the Western VTuber sphere. Bunch of silly cunts, if you ask me. Which is completely fair. Which is, I think, completely accurate. It's much like we both said ourselves earlier, that Nijisanji brought it on themselves by creating this fan base in the first place. Guildmate Troy, Bint doesn't have to be British, just British adjacent, so I get on with the Scots well enough for some to rub off on me. Armored Glass Cannon, and they call you guys the Nazis, Lamau. Icarus Windrun, Magdalenus, because Hololive does not pander towards the extreme left like Nijisanji did. Yeah. Again, it's a spiral. You can't appeal to these people without only ever being able to appeal to these people. I mean,
although,
yeah,
if you do appear to be like a lesbian or you uribate, these people are attracted to this as well. That's why people like Chiara or anyone that appears to be uribating whole life gets this sort of fan base, and it becomes incredibly annoying when you encounter them. So yeah, any notion that's slightly progressive can attract people like this. So yeah, it's unavoidable.
Yeah, they get the Andrew Dobsons of the fan base on their case.
Mm-hmm.
Niji was very commie friendly. Guildmage Troy, everything within Nijisanji, nothing outside of Nijisanji, nothing against Nijisanji. And then Super Duper Samurai also said, Nbinded is a funny Niji person in the grand scheme of things. For all of his pontificating about being hecking progressive, r/Kurosanji, who inevitably got Reddit paused but still negative about Niji, hates his guts and outright has to warn people to not post his retarded tweets. He has other funny moments like choosing to rebrand from having a Mint profile pic, even though his name is still just the B meme with Mint's name, hence Binted, because he had a brief moment of clarity that constantly spurging about anti-Niji and pro-Doki autism while having the PFP of Doki's internet best friend was bad optics. He has a vendetta against anything that's anti-Niji, in spite of his pretty annoying pretensions of also consuming Hollow, to the point where he has spurged out extensively against popular drama, individual, VTuber false ID. The more particularly annoying shit is the constant Niji glazing, multi-billion yen company by the way, for now, while fear-mongering that some Doki fan is going to hate crime a Niji fan. I think he is one of the biggest accounts that has spread that unfounded fear-mongering. Kiwi Noir Andrew Dobson mentioned in 2024, I feel old. Guildmage Troy, Hololive manages to get grown women who talk to plushies in public to keep it together. Okay, that just about rounds out the kind of stuff that I had on Bint. There is vastly more. We could go on probably another 6 hours in total talking just about Bint, but I think we should leave it off for now.
Yeah, the false ID tweets on their own would take like hours to go through because there's so many of them.
That would be
Ben
beautiful.
Ben started his career going out after false ID. So yeah.
Yep, and people like this are just the gift that keeps on giving. They are never going to stop because again, what does Bint have aside from this? What is Bint's legacy to the internet apart from this kind of nonsense? Nothing. He's a nobody. Sequel stream soon? Maybe if I can get a critical mass of stuff. I do hope that this has encouraged people as well to keep closer track on him and like archive more of his stuff because he does occasionally go on deleting sprees and nonsense. Useful stream, is he even employed? He says so in his like blog post. He says that he has a job, but I mean, if it is a job, then it's pretty not exactly one that I'd consider particularly taxing, considering he has so much time to be a schizo on the internet. Give me a moment. I just need to look at something before I go on. If you have anything more to say, Curry, then please go on.
I always say the same things in my stream. Just don't be like the people that we cover on streams. Just please don't learn from this. Let this be a learning experience for everybody. But then I imagine that people that do watch you do not have these sort of problems, and neither does my own audience, which kind of intersects to a degree. So yeah.
Yep. Just gonna look through the. Sorry, go on. You were.
And yeah, another thing that I said in the TVA post, just do not behave like this, and you won't be a LOLcow. People won't laugh at you, and if they do laugh at you, just take the punches, band back.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing is that Bint just does not seem to understand that he can't throw glass houses. He can't throw stones inside a glass house. You can't constantly lash out at other people, constantly criticize them, constantly attack them, and then go, "Oh no, but you're not allowed to do it to me. I'm special. I'm above criticism." You're not allowed to do that, mate. That's not how it works. It doesn't work like that. Attack Hilo. When you find out Bint is that Singaporean sister who got fired due to harassing Hollow Watcher co-workers, that would be extremely entertaining. Lacus Rinrun. In Bint's case, it's grenades in a glass house. I mean, Bint single-handedly keeps glassblower factories in business with the amount of stones that he flings from his glass house. Someday we'll have Pixel Link schizos. I barely know anything about Pixel Link, but I mean, I'm always interested in learning more. Guildmage Troy, he starts his career going after False, and his career will end with False going after him. The world has symmetry like that. False ID is more than welcome to use any of the archives on TVA as material for his streams on somebody like Bint. More than welcome to. Dowing Taco, you still streaming? Yep. We're pretty much done, though. And I can actually redirect now. I think that's... yeah, I've never raided before, so... You can send your viewers to any channel that gives you redirect privileges. More content may be available from different channels. Search for a specific channel or video to redirect to. So there's one or two people. There's Irie Live. There's also Esilia Shephield from Nexus, who I know that people like Cubano Dumb really like her. I've watched a little bit of her work, so I think she might be fun to raid. Raid agreeable to of you? Well, I mean, Esilia Shepard definitely seems to be the type, so we'll probably go to her. Let me just mute my desktop audio. This might turn off Curie for a second, but just check and see how long she's been live for, because at the very least, I don't want to raid somebody who has literally been streaming for hours and is about to leave. How long has she been live for? Started streaming 3 hours ago. Okay, so she's probably not going to be online too long, but You're going to pay to target on anyone you raid. I mean, she's already... the reason I select her is because she seems to be a fairly based individual that has been very open about crapping on Nexus before. Yeah, I think that she works overall. All you need to do... Curry, you've raided people before, I assume?
Yeah, I did.
So all I need to do, I'm in my edit settings, customization, redirect. That's how you do it?
Yeah, but this will end your stream, so be aware.
Okay, when I hit... will it end stream when I hit save?
Last time I did it, it didn't, but you need to end stream like manually, so it works.
Okay,
Again, it worked like this last time, so I'm not sure if they changed anything or not.
Okay, I've got you. Right, the changes have saved. Hopefully that works, and if not, I am very sorry. In fact, I will just leave a link in my stream chat as well, so that if this doesn't work for whatever reason, I will be able to... You people can go over there as well, because I think she's very cute, and I also think that... people from Nexus definitely deserve support because, yeah, Nexus isn't a particularly good company, guys. Icarus Wind by Bint, learn to shut up for once in your life. Yes, thank you very much for the everybody, people. I'm so grateful to everybody for coming to this stream. I'm going to go get something to eat and then have some sleep now. So I'll just pop that there, and I will also pin it so that anybody who can go over if this doesn't work. So, good night, everybody. Thank you all for your time. Also, thank you very much, Curry, as well. It's the first time that I've collabed with you, and I really enjoyed it. So, hopefully we'll be able to do it again sometime.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and goodbye, chat.
Yep, there's no way I would have ever been able to go this long without Curry's presence, preserving my throat, so he has done me a great favor tonight. I will see everybody, hopefully Monday, when I'll do a TVA and review stream of some sort. So until then, I will see you all next time. Good night and goodbye.
Take care.
Yep, here it goes. End stream and redirect viewers. Your stream will stop immediately, and anyone who is watching will be sent here. Okay, so it seems to work. See you all later. Goodbye.